even know what the hell I be
Get
on.
out my way. I need space to get the fake car. Get out my way. I need space, I'm about to take off. Get out my way. Yeah, the frequency been way up, way up. Get out my way. It's too easy, it's a layup, layup.
Look, I was just a little bitty boy with hopes and dreams. Then those hopes they manifested to nobody dope as me. Hoop dreams, rap wars, it's pop culture, that's gorgeous. Skywalker, that force is quite strong that I'm born with. Fuck a goofy cornball clout chaser claiming rap. You the reason why I left. I got bored, I'll take it back. Y'all asleep, you taking naps while I'm busy taking names. Ho, lyrical assassin, cock it back, I'm taking aim.
Get out my way. I need space to get the fake car. Get out my way. I need space, I'm about to take off. Get out my way. Yeah, the frequency been way up, way up. Get out my way. It's too easy, it's a layup, layup. Get out my way. Get out my way. Get out my way. Get out my way. Pick your spot, pick your poison, pick some cotton, pick my brain. Yeah, yeah. Pick your spot, pick your poison, pick some cotton, pick my brain. Yeah. Pick your spot, pick your poison, pick some cotton, pick my brain.
Pick your spot, pick your poison, pick some cotton, pick my brain.
Get out my way. I need space to get the fake car. Get out my way. I need space, I'm about to take off. Get out my way. Yeah, the frequency been way up, way up. Get out my way. It's too easy, it's a layup, layup. Get out my way. I need space to get the fake car. Get out my way. I need space, I'm about to take off. Get out my way. Yeah, the frequency been way up, way up. Get out my way. It's too easy, it's a layup, layup. Get out my way. 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 Get out my way.
Yeah. I'll react if I had to. Put some things in the past too, and don't let them distract you, but react if you have to. Yeah. I'll react if I had to. Put some things in the past too, and don't let them distract you, but react if you have to. Yeah. React if you have to, yeah.
Don't know the time, yeah. Just know that I'm, yeah, one of a kind, yeah. What's on your mind, yeah? Well, hard to find, yeah. Beautiful mind, yeah. Still in my prime, yeah. Just know that I'm here. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. I can't be still inside.
but react if you have to. I'll react if I had to, put some things in the past to, and don't let them distract you, but react if you have to, yeah. React if you have to, yeah.
Don't know the time, yeah. Just know that I'm, yeah, one of a kind, yeah. What's on your mind, yeah. Well, hard to find, yeah. Beautiful mind, yeah. Still in my prime, yeah. Just know that I'm here. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. I can't be still inside, still inside. It's not insomnia, really. I'm not a zombie, a thriller. I'm moving calmly but iller, not playing party or tiller. I ain't been partying either, but at the Garden of Eden, just drinking water and eating. It's probably not what you're thinking, but I hardly been thinking. I feel like hardening season. I know that's hard to believe in, and that's just part of the reason. I'm catching up to you because you waiting, you sleeping. I feel like hardening season. I feel like hardening season. Yeah, too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. I don't turn. There's some lessons I'ma learn. Usher said to let it burn, but my life isn't his concern. I don't toss and I don't turn. There's some lessons I'ma learn. Usher said to let it burn, but my life isn't his concern. I am not the one, and I am not your Neo. I am not a hero, and I am not a hero, and I am not your one. Yeah, and I'm not your Neo, and I am not a hero. Yeah, and I'm not a hero. Yeah. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside.
Hello everyone, I'm David Chao and welcome to the Andbox Game Day Esports panel series. We have a ton of amazing programming lined up today with a stacked lineup of panelists going all the way from 8 p.m. Eastern to midnight or 9 p.m. Pacific for all of you West Coasters. If you have any questions you would like to ask during this panel series, feel free to drop them in the Andbox Discord where we have text channels specifically for you to ask questions. Don't worry if we don't get to your questions either, because we'll be hosting an overflow period after each panel where some of the panelists will be hanging out in Discord to answer some more questions from you, the community. We'll be kicking things off today with our first panel, Going All In, Amateur to Professional in the Esports Industry. Joining me are these three amazing panelists, Sabrina Wong, Mina Her, and Jonathan Angers. Folks, if you want to learn about getting a career in gaming and esports and how your experiences in college can help you make that next step, these are the people you want to talk to. Kicking it off, Sabrina, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do, what your involvement was within Collegiate Esports, and lastly, just give us a little bit about what you've been up to, sort of staying at home and quarantining like all the rest of us.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me. As you mentioned, my name is Sabrina Wong. I am the team operations manager over at Evil Geniuses for their League of Legends teams. I'm also handling actually a collegiate operations currently. And I'm just so excited to be here. My collegiate experience was that when I was at UC Riverside, my alma mater, I was president there for 4 years, running the esports programming. Also, I was an intern at TESPA at Blizzard for the community events in 2017 and kind of grown over time. So again, thank you for having me. During quarantine though, what I've been doing, honestly, still working. That's kind of all I've been doing.
Now. Just grinding. Cool. Mina, how about you? What have you been up to?
Man, I've been trying to stay sane. What day is it today, honestly? Because it's all just blurring together. But it's the little accomplishments, honestly. I mean, same as always. Like, operations still continue here at Riot. So we're all just working and just adjusting to the difference with working remotely. But just been trying to like build in some sort of routine to keep me going because it's a little bit difficult right now. But I am currently a university recruiter at Riot Games. I've been there for about 3 years now. But I really got started building into like the game space in college, similarly to Sabrina. I was heavily involved in Triton Gaming, which is the video game club at UC San Diego. And from there, transitioned into a bunch of random like esports community-centric contracting work. Also had a hand in helping out TESPA, and that transitioned into my first role at Riot.
Awesome. I think Mina speaks for all of us when she says we don't know what day it is. It's been a very confusing time. Jonathan, my man, what's going on?
Not much, man. Trying to stay sane, honestly. Not too much. A little bit background on me, I guess. I've been playing a ton of RuneScape, like an unbelievable amount of RuneScape during the quarantine. And honestly, just trying to, keep operations afloat and stay insane with this. Obviously, we're on a little bit of a different side of the industry because we're, really focused on infrastructure at Esports Stadium. But my background, like I said, I was one of the co-founders of the Esports Club at Louisiana State back in 2016, late 2016. And then from there, rest is kind of history. Got to start at Infinite Esports, which, if anyone saw that train wreck, it was something. So, yeah, that's pretty much
we'll
it.
Touch on that later.
Yeah.
Awesome. Great to hear from all of you guys. We definitely have a very strong starter to sort of kick off this panel series for tonight. So let's kick things off just kind of talking about the first step to getting a career in esports, which would be the interview process, that first scary step towards actually getting a job. So I want you guys to all kind of dial back a bit and think back to when you were still a student and you were starting that process to get your first job in esports. What did you highlight about your time in Collegiate for those first interviews, and what was the reaction behind it when you were telling them about your Collegiate esports involvement? Mina, I'll let you take this one first, since you have a lot of experience not only as an applicant, but also now as a recruiter.
For sure. I really like this question. So one of the biggest things when I was going to school was that I thought I had nothing to actually offer. It was really hard for me to wrap my head around how can club experience and extracurriculars actually translate into something meaningful to really talk about in an interview process. But this is kind of what I used literally in my Riot interviews. And the first role that I applied for was a recruiting coordinator position, and it's fairly entry level. So I think that's this will give a good framework for people who are really getting into that first entry level role. But essentially things that I highlighted would be from my Triton Gaming, gaming club experience, which a lot of people have a hand in. I think a good thing to really frame is how you started to slowly scale up your scope of work. A lot of people start clubs, and sometimes, they start small. Maybe you had 10 friends that just wanted to spend time playing games together. But how did you take that and actually grow it into a community to accommodate 200 people? There's a lot of different problems and challenges that you would have actually had to face in order to accommodate for that many more heads. So I think touching upon stories like that is really key. One thing I think people also overlooked is just the simple fact of being able to trust someone with work. So I really had to somehow emphasize that they could depend on me without needing to micromanage, that I'll be able to problem solve on my own. And I think a lot of that came from, I actually worked at a stem cell core at a lab because I'm a bio major. Thanks, Mom and Dad, for setting me up for that. But in a lab work, you're working with a lot of very dangerous chemicals, and you just have to know the routine and safety precautions around everything. So that kind of highlighted the trust that the lab managers had for me to just do what I needed to do without worrying about anything exploding. Also, I think growth-oriented mindset is really important, just the willingness to learn. And that kind of came from just a random hodgepodge of different roles that I just tried to pick up and learn how to do for my own experience. And a big thing is also collaboration. At Riot, we're extremely collaborative. You're going to be working with people from all sorts of different disciplines. Having that experience, either through a group project or something you did with a friend, just highlights that you have experience empathizing with others and solving problems as a group together. So I think those are kind of the main things that anyone can really extrapolate from any sort of experience that they'd have at the college level.
Awesome. I think, like you kind of mentioned, everyone on this panel, you guys kind of had a lot to talk about from a collegiate standpoint and what you guys were doing in the gaming space to kind of grow that and build that out. Sabrina, I kind of wanted to ask you a quick question here because I know that when you're talking about your time in college, something that you really like to highlight is your extracurricular activities outside of esports and gaming. What other experiences, can you talk a little bit about those and sort of maybe how those may have also helped you land an opportunity in esports that wasn't just, hey, I'm running this cool gaming club at my campus?
Absolutely. I think one of the biggest things that the industry is really looking for right now is a holistic employee or part of a team. In my experience in college, I was not just in the esports club. I was actually involved with Panhellenic. Basically, I was a Delta Gamma, which is a sorority, which, some people say is a juxtaposition to being the esports club president, But it wasn't, honestly. It gave me a really great opportunity to kind of merge two worlds together that I was very passionate about. And at my sorority, I was also the fundraising manager for the the team, and it was really cool to kind of lead in both sides and work adjacently. So being able to talk about that experience and how I was using the skills that I had learned from the esports club to Delta Gamma was really interesting to a lot of people that I was talking to at that time. I also got the opportunity to kind of bridge events. This is just kind of a really fun story that when you're in a sorority or in any other club, they really recommend you to kind of join in and be, present on campus. And one of the ways that my sorority decided to kind of like support the community that we had built was that they would come to the gaming conventions and events that I would go to and support and volunteer. So again, bring those two worlds together and being able to talk about being a leader in not just one space, but two, adds a lot to your resume. And it's, again, a really fun experience.
No, that's absolutely huge. I think one of the most interesting parts about running gaming events on campus is that you'd have random people just stroll by and they'd recognize you from like class, or they recognize you from like a different friend group, and you just be there like just carrying like an entire box of Ethernet cables, and they'd be like, what are you doing? But like at the end of the day, it's like people see what you're doing and they recognize that what you're doing is hard work, and they'll respect you for it, really, no matter where they're coming from. One last thing that we kind of wanted to touch on here in terms of interviews is that a lot of times when you're going into an interview, sometimes in the back of your head, there's going to be that feeling that you feel like you're at a disadvantage, either because of your ethnicity, your gender, or maybe where you live, or something along those lines. This is kind of a question for all you guys. Was there a big disadvantage that you thought you had when you were trying to get a job in gaming and esports that kind of was discouraging you? And if so, how did you overcome that?
I mean, I think I can speak to it a little bit. Whenever people hear Louisiana, they don't exactly first thought isn't esports, usually oil and gas, and that's about it. Sugarcane, Tabasco sauce.
Sugar.
Yeah, and I mean that's what I grew up with my entire life. And so for me personally, like whenever I started college, there was a League of Legends club that actually died my sophomore year, right? And so for us, it was like, a career in esports just seems so far out for most people on campus, because they're like, oh, well, the people in LA are going to get the jobs. People in West Coast or East Coast, they're going to get the jobs. There's no real tech companies, and so like unless you're going for like the programmer position, right? Like if you're trying to be a game dev and work at EA or something, there was no real path. Like it's not like we could have like TSM come to events, or we couldn't have like any of the big teams like willingly fly to Louisiana outside of New Orleans, so for us, or at least for me, like I never saw it as like a super viable career path, honestly, until we started the esports club. And then I started to realize, how easy it was to like make those relationships if you just kind of, put the effort in yourself. Because there wasn't really a scene that existed whenever we started the club. It's super discouraging, right? Like you could be a fan in Louisiana, but Riot's not going to support your events, or maybe not support your events, but like the likelihood of like them sending an employee out or something like that, it's just like non-existent, right? So you kind of just have to go pure passion and say, I really enjoy League of Legends, I really enjoy playing games, my friends really enjoy playing games, so we're going to do this for ourselves. And then if it lands us something, cool, but that was never the intention, I think, for any of us getting it started. I think the extent of events that we had was MLG came twice, I think once in 2017 and once in like 2015, and before that, like I couldn't even tell you a major esports event that's happened there up until recently. So I think just, being in a place where, I guess this is for people who maybe live in a place that esports isn't super central to you, right? Or in your state. Just make the opportunity yourself, or find people to make the opportunity with. And I think it becomes a lot more achievable. And I think it says something a lot about you and your group of friends to do that and prove hey, just because you don't think of esports when you look at Louisiana, it doesn't mean that fans don't exist there, and they want to work in the industry too. So.
For sure. And I think a lot of that also comes through during the interview process as well, being able to speak to the stuff that you're doing in an area that it doesn't feel like this is as much of a natural progression. So having that sort of show to be able to say, hey, this is something that we've done, and it's no one else around us is doing it, and we're kind of blazing that trail forward, I think is a really unique take that also helps a lot when you're going and looking for those jobs. Mina or Sabrina, anything you guys want to touch on from a disadvantage kind of perspective?
Yeah, sure. I think to start off with, I actually came in with a lot of privilege. I was still a Southern California school, as much as it's a little bit farther. For context, for you guys who don't know, UC Riverside is about 1 hour and a half from the West LA Santa Monica area. That's kind of where esports is really centralized in Los Angeles. So it was a little difficult to get people to and from, but it was doable, right? So we did have that advantage to us. And again, we were in an area that was really familiar with esports. It wasn't something that was a crazy ideal to most people. They kind of understood that the industry existed and this was a direction that people could go. For me individually, though, I think the biggest hurdle that I had to go through, and this is was a big personal challenge for me, was being a woman in this space, especially earlier within esports. When I was in college, I started at my alma mater at 2014. And there was no real infrastructure available. So being able to be a woman in leadership and kind of starting that was a little bit difficult sometimes. I felt like people weren't really hearing my voice or understanding the ideas that I had and wanted to put in play, because they kind of had this weird discriminatory look towards who I was. Again, I had all these other things going on. I was, involved with different parts of campus, and they didn't really see that as something that, could be meshed together in one identity. Right. But that is who we all are. We all have different facets of our lifestyle. And what I've learned over time is that representation matters, right? So when I had started, there wasn't a lot of esports clubs in general. And even smaller than that, there wasn't a lot of esports leadership that was women. And now you get to see these, top tier teams have female CEOs and people in leadership and people who are doing talks like this. And it really inspired me to kind of jump over that hurdle and say I can do it.
It's add one thing as well. I think for me, in order to counter this feeling of being at a disadvantageous position, I try to overcompensate for myself and oversell my capabilities, because I was surrounded by people who definitely, it was kind of an environment back then where it was the loudest person in the room was heard, and people really putting forth all these things that they have accomplished. And I kind of tried to follow suit, but it ended up turning out very inauthentic. And as someone who also suffers from a lot of social anxiety and gets pretty exhausted just from being out and about and talking to people, I really felt like I was just miles behind everybody else. But it's a fine balance between, putting yourself in somewhat uncomfortable situations so that you can grow past that. But you don't need to sacrifice or trade off your authentic self and ability to communicate in your own unique way. So especially people who are new grads, I know it's a scary thought and a scary world, venturing into your career journey, but people and recruiters can tell when you're lying or when you're overselling yourself or when you're really not being your authentic self. So just kind of drop that kind of facade and just speak authentically into things that you care about. And that goes way further than maybe some other methods you've seen other people employ that may not work for yourself.
Always be 100% you. That's what it's all about. No, I think those are a lot of different interesting perspectives that kind of highlight in terms of being at a disadvantage, it can be either because you're in a spot where no one else is doing what you're doing, or you could be in a spot where there's a ton of other people doing what you're doing. And on both sides, there's different things that you kind of have to explore and kind of make sure that you're identifying what you're really passionate about and making sure you're driving forward with that. Cool. So moving back a bit, so we've kind of gone through that interview process. Let's talk a bit about actually working in esports. Mina, I'll kind of loop back to you here, but did the work you did during your time in Collegiate sort of help you figure out what you wanted to actually do within the esports and gaming industry, or did you feel like you always kind of knew what you wanted to do here?
I feel like people who know what they want to do at like 20 years old, it's kind of rare, like exactly what you want to do. I was definitely in the camp of trying to figure things out. And I just knew and identified that games was something that I was extremely passionate about, but I had yet to uncover what my actual strengths were that I can actually apply to that space. So I did a breadth of different contract work, anything from like being on the floor setting up events all the way to more higher level program management stuff, things with academia, and all of those things actually helped me figure out that I'd rather be in esport adjacent roles than actually in esports. Hence me being on as a university recruiter at Riot. So I definitely learned that I preferred that than being in the front lines. And many roles in esports, I just want people to understand that it requires maybe like non-traditional hours, a lot of travel. There's maybe less consistency in your day-to-day and role responsibilities because it's still a relatively new space. So it can be very overwhelming for some. So I want to make sure that you explore and see if that's a good fit for you and that's something that's sustainable for you. And it's getting better in a sense where you're not going to completely like sacrifice work-life balance in that sense, but it's just a very different environment. So for me, I wanted a little bit more consistency in terms of like what my day-to-day looks like. And I would get like way too mentally and physically exhausted with constant travel and having like 12-hour days or event days. That's not like every day of the year, but when you have an event going on, it's really busy, I'm sure you know. So I really realized that I want to go and explore other roles that might be better suited for myself. So know that there are opportunities that esports can help lead you to more in just like the game corporate side of things, if that's what you want to do.
No, I think that's a fantastic take. I think it's something that we kind of forget and miss out on a lot is the fact that so many of us are sort of hung up on this idea of esports, and not kind of realizing that there's this whole other industry that kind of revolves around video games and publishing them and marketing them and creating them. So there's a lot of different other opportunities that you don't always have to be sort of looking into specifically esports if this is somewhere that you think that you want to bring your career towards. Mina or Jonathan, was there anything you guys kind of want to jump in here on sort of how the work you did in Collegiate maybe kind of applies to what you're doing right now?
I mean, for me personally, like, I was a chemical engineering chemistry double major, switched to environmental science. Like I worked in a lab similar to Mina. Like I was a polymer chemist for, a year and a half. And then I somehow ended up, now I have a full-time job in esports. And that all came from, the work that my officers and I did in our club. So honestly, like, for me personally, like I never anticipated to be in the industry. But it was one of those things where the opportunity presented itself, and the time that we spent, as an officer group, those experiences ultimately shaped, a few of us are now in the industry, right? And it's all because of the work that we did in the club. Mina mentioned it earlier, like expanding that scope of work. It's one of those things, like even when we were hiring for our interns at the stadium, right? Part of the interview process that I was involved in, at least, I value collegiate esports experience probably more than almost anything, just because of what it's done for me personally and what I see it do for pretty much people like everyone on this call, right? You see it firsthand, and I think it's like one of those things, right? Like I feel like it's almost like a secret society that people just don't know exists. Like collegiate esports is like this like hyperbolic
Illuminati.
time. Yeah, it's like the Illuminati. It's like hyperbolic time chamber. You go in. You feel like you age super hard because at least like early on, it's like you don't really have a path. It's just like we're just gonna do this thing and we're gonna see what works, see what doesn't work. Like I remember our first club meeting, like we were in the business quad and we had a pinata, and like who does that? Like we had a pinata in the business quad and we had like 100 people in the quad and like everyone's like staring out the windows like, oh my god, what's happening? But it's just like those were the things that got people engaged, right? You learn about things like how to engage your community, how to grow your community, how to support them, how to work together as a team. How do you build stuff, and all of that with no budget and for free, right?
For sure.
Like once you have budget and people are paid, it becomes a lot easier, but still difficult. But you learn a little bit whenever when you're put in that position. So
I feel like there's something that you skipped there between we wanted to set up a collegiate esports club to having a pinata in the business school. So if that's something you want to touch on later, I think we can come back to that. But I think there's something you might have skipped over there. Sabrina, was there anything you wanted to jump in with?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the biggest thing that Collegiate really taught me was it took me from an ambitious individual with little to no skills, coming into college, like I knew how to be a high schooler, and that's all I kind of knew how to do. I had passion. I wanted to do something. I'm going to do it. And it took me to like a point when I was graduating, I felt like I had built something that, lasts much longer than I did with my team. I became a builder of programming and events and almost every random skill you could have in esports, which was kind of crazy, but also a fixer. I think it really taught me to, crisis control, conflict resolvement, all these like different skills that I get to use on a day-to-day basis. Unlike my degree, which I do not use on a day-to-day basis. But
so get your degree. Make sure you guys get your degree.
Yeah, degree is number one. But again, like, would I be where I am without having my collegiate experience? No, not at all. Like, I think what really let me grow as a person was throwing myself in a place, like in a pit of just like, be creative, do what you want. All these other people on your team, let's have a goal and like make something happen, right? And as Jonathan mentioned, a lot of us didn't have budgets. We weren't paid to do the things we were doing, and yet we were handling like events larger than your university or school could ever imagine. So yeah, it gave me a lot of skills.
For sure, 100%. I think you mentioned like all these students are out here doing things unpaid just for doing it for themselves and for their community. Mm-hmm. And then you're throwing in words like crisis control, where it's like these kids are taking on and learning about all of these learning about how to run these events and just sort of managing that on that end. So kind of segueing back towards what you guys are doing right now in the industry. So I just want to be real. The esports industry, it's fucking hard. It's difficult on a day-to-day basis, right? Is there an experience that you guys might have that you guys might want to talk about that humbled you and perhaps made you question your decision to continue to pursue this career? And how did you kind of work your way and get through that?
So I mean, I can talk a little bit about this, right? So whenever I joined Engage Esports, which was the first company that I kind of got hired out as an intern and into full time after college. Long story short, I joined Engage, which is the events company of Infinite Esports and Entertainment. That was the company that acquired Optic Gaming, $100 million investment. Like, you hear about all these, you see all the headlines, right? It's like, oh, crazy. This is like huge venture capital. Like, this is insane. Like, what Optic is, what they've done in Call of Duty. We were their events arm, and you're working with now you look at like where some of those people are today, right? Like Jacob Toff Anderson, he's at 100 Thieves. I mean, like that group's like all over the place now. And they were it was like a really interesting moment in time where you had about 50 to 70 people in one office, just like some of the brightest people in esports, hands down. And I think we saw the dark sides of venture capital. The board is what it is. I mean, they're great people for what it's worth, and it's just you learn a lot behind the scenes, and it's just like, that does not make sense. And you can tell, like, you mentioned earlier, it's still an early industry, and I'm sure like this, it's the same across like most teams, right? But when you see like colleagues getting laid off and stuff like that very early on, it's like, what did I just join? Like I moved from Louisiana to Texas on like a whim to join this company, and then then we got thrown into the Esports Stadium Arlington project, which is where, I've spent the better half of the last year and a half on that project. And that was a whole other set of problems, right? It's like, hey, we have to build a $10.6 million facility in 11 months. Like, that's ridiculous. That just doesn't happen. And like, I remember the last, like, we had a $750,000 Counter-Strike tournament the next day, and like we were still painting the walls and like installing computers. And like when we did the mayor's opening address at the facility, like all the computers had like these esports stadium wallpapers on it, but none of them actually had software. It was just like a blank background. Like none of the computers were actually installed. I mean, it was like
a complete
JPEG?
You put a JPEG
it was like literally
on?
it was just a blank JPEG. I mean, it was like just so many small things, over time. And I mean, I feel like the past 2 years of my life have been, aged me like 10 years. Just like how fast like the whole optic situation changed, the infinite situation changed, then to really shift focus on the esports stadium, which is, we're super affected by COVID right now. So it's like, oh, hey, like you just thought you had a great 2019, like have fun not having events until like the end of Q4. So, it's definitely been a roller coaster to say the least, but I feel like, it's been worth it.
For sure. I think, like you mentioned, there's just like, especially with the situation that we're in right now, there's so much that's changing and so much that's uncertain that it definitely leaves a lot in terms of doubt and worries about sort of what might happen next. Mina or Sabrina, was there anything you guys might have wanted to touch on, any obstacles that kind of might have came up during your career that you guys have been able to overcome?
Yeah. It's esports. Everyone has obstacles, I think. Yeah, for me personally, I have a pretty, similar parallel story. I think I've been with organizations since I was in high school, part-time, full-time, remote, contract, you name it. I've seen, an organization that I've worked for and getting paid for go the next day just because an investor pulled out and disappeared, right? I've been with esports organizations in the past that, had their fair bit of controversies, and I signed a contract and they didn't pay me over time. And there's a lot of hard, it's thankfully much nicer now, but there was a lot of hard times trying to be a collegiate student and trying to like transgress into a professional career. And some things I want to make clear to a lot of people listening are out of your hand. You can put 110% and all the effort you can and all the skills that you've honed in over the years into your job. And in esports, it's sometimes it's temporary, dissipates, so you have to come in with that realistic notion that you're taking a risk going into this industry. And nothing is absolute. You could feel like you're extremely accredited. You have the talents, the skills that you need to be great at your job. And sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. And what I have to say to that is that even within hardships, like keep pushing forward. There are so many people I know that, for maybe 1 or 2 years, they couldn't find a position that worked for them, or they couldn't find an organization that like really was looking for someone with their skills. And don't give up. I think that a lot of the people who are ambitious and actually put in the right amount of effort and time get to where they need to go.
Yeah,
Welcome,
and I think
yep, go for it, John.
I was gonna say, like, just to chime in, Sabrina mentioned it too, like venture capital, right? Like, I had no idea what venture capital was until I joined an esports team or like joined Engage, and it's like, man, you get a crash course on like what it means to join a company that's in like a growth phase and has it's really just built on venture capital. And I think the biggest words of caution that I can give to people is like, understand what it means to join a company that is completely funded by venture capital before you join a company that is funded by venture capital. Because I mean, it's literally 100% risk. Like, it is billionaires who have potentially invested on a whim. Like, understand who your board is, understand like their vision, because at the end of the day, like, you're at the whim of the person who's funding the company, right? It's not like something like a Riot Games or like a Blizzard where they make their revenue in other ways. It's just a completely different ball game, and I think that's where a lot of the risk comes from. And a lot of people just, like, to no fault of their own, like, you don't learn about like what VC is in high school or even college, really, right? I think just understand, truly understand like what that means for you from a career stability standpoint, and at least have some backup plans ready to be a windfall. Or, I think, Mina's done a great job taking what you learn in esports, transitioning to the other side of the industry, whether it be brand, whether it be game publisher. There's a lot more security, I think, on those sides. Obviously, there's risk versus reward, but it's really just on a person by person basis on how much risk you're willing to take personally.
No, it can definitely be difficult. I think the biggest thing is just making sure, like John mentioned, that you're educating yourself whenever these types of opportunities arise and trying to figure out sort of what exactly would be the best for you. And sometimes you're not always going to make that right decision the first time, but you'll continue to learn and continue to adapt and sort of figure out what it is really that you're looking for. So definitely appreciate everyone kind of chipping in and giving us some, well, maybe not very happy and fun advice, something that's really direct and something that really hope that you guys in the audience can sort of take a listen into and sort of get a better understanding of what might be available for you upcoming in the future. While we're on that topic of obstacles, I want to talk a little bit about how your families and friends may have reacted when you told them that you were just going to just go and start working in esports and gaming. John, I know after talking to you that you have a more unique story here. So tell us a little bit about how you dealt with sort of telling your family, like, hey, like currently in Louisiana, but I'm heading out to Texas next week. See ya. How did that kind of go?
Yeah, it was so some background, I guess. I founded, co-founded the club, but I guess around like my junior year of college. So it was pretty late for me to get that started. And so what I did was I was like, well, I'm not, we don't really feel like it's in a sustainable spot yet. So I decided, well, I think I can get into grad school here. So I applied to grad school at LSU, got into grad school, received a full ride. I was doing really well in that. And then, long story short, we rounded up some funding. We flew out, who's now my current boss. And, very soon after that, he's like, hey, you want to intern with us over the summer at Engage? And he sent me the portfolio, he sent me an investor deck. He's like, check this out. It's a really cool opportunity. And I was like, all right, this seems like a really good opportunity. Like, working for a company that the co-owners of the Texas Rangers are involved in, like that's a pretty big milestone, especially for an internship, right? So I took it, which meant I had to defer my grad student studies for the summer, which could have potentially made me ineligible for my full ride. But then towards the end of the summer, I had to make a decision because I got offered full time, but I had to start immediately, which luckily I did because they started a hiring freeze like 2 weeks later after I got hired full time. But yeah, so I pretty much had 2.5, 3 weeks to kind of make that decision to just drop out of grad school. So that's what I did. I dropped out of grad school, took the probably biggest risk I've ever taken in my life, and just kind of uprooted and moved to Texas in the period of about 2 to 3 weeks. I was already living out there as like an intern in one of the company apartments, but I had to, get my lease transferred back home. Luckily had a roommate back home who took that, and I just kind of left, and that was it. So, one of those like very unique situations, I guess, where my parents at first were like, "What the hell are you doing? Like, you have a full ride. Like, what are you doing? Like you're going to grad school." But I talked with my professor. He was, he understood. He was actually starting to get like pretty involved with like my club a little bit, not super involved, but like he was interested in it. All my friends were really supportive about it, and it was just like, it's like one of those lifetime opportunities where you just kind of take the leap and just hope it pans out.
For sure. No, I think that's an insane story. When you first told it to me, I was like, you just up and left, so you just picked up. And definitely I think one of the biggest things is just making sure that you're getting that buy-in from your parents and your family, making sure that they're aware of how much this really means to you and what this opportunity really is. But a lot of that is explaining what exactly is this opportunity, because a lot of them may not really know. Mina or Sabrina, do you guys have any roadblocks that might have came in from friends or family when you told them?
Mine's not as like positive, but honestly, I've gone through the ropes like with my parents and my family. And, I'm going to be completely transparent here. Like, they don't really still recognize what I do as, like, something that really exists. it's not something they take quite seriously. And I think it's because, my parents are a little bit older. In their generation, nothing like this had ever happened, even in entertainment. So they didn't really understand. And I think to this day, they still struggle a little bit with kind of my position and where how hard I've worked to get to where I am. And I get a lot of like chides and remarks from relatives of like, oh, so when are you going to get like a real job, right? But at the same time, like I know they support me for who I am. And like, it's just kind of like a cultural difference. And I don't actually find it as a negative thing. I actually find it as a opportunity of empowerment for me to kind of like take that time to explain to them that like, hey, what I'm doing is impacting a lot of people. And especially during these times where we're in quarantine and, locked in a room, like we have job security because this is our world. This is like how we, suffice. And when I'm able to kind of present that to them, they start to understand a little bit more.
No, for sure. I think what you kind of highlighted there is definitely not uncommon in the esports industry. There's a lot of people that kind of have that feeling from either their parents or their friends or their family that don't really understand what's kind of going on. Mina, did you want to share any perspective on sort of what your side kind of looked like?
Yeah, I mean, my parents, like growing up, playing too many video games at night was a huge point of contention between us. They don't get it. They just think it's an utmost waste of time. They think watching TV is better than sitting and play video games. And I'm just like, what? But again, like Sabrina mentioned, it's a generational difference and a cultural difference as well. Like they didn't grow up playing these sorts of things and engaging in this kind of content. So it's just a matter of trying to fill in that knowledge gap somehow. But I think they have grown to just accept it, especially knowing that now I have like job stability. And I think their number one thing is just making sure that I have a stable source of income and I'm doing well and I'm healthy. And I think that helps ease any of their concerns.
Mm-hmm.
Journey to get there definitely took a long time where I really didn't tell them much about my involvement in games and my gaming club. If I did mention it, they'd be like, you should stop doing your gaming club thing so you get better grades and all of that. So I had to kind of keep it under wraps and just trust that it would lead me somewhere. And once it started to unlock other opportunities and I started getting contract work, I'd share with them about like, hey, look, I got this like temp job. They'd be like, oh, job? Okay, that's fine. You can do that. So that's kind of how that relationship evolved.
No, you're right. I think it really is sort of the baby steps, sort of slowly walking people through and getting a better understanding of what exactly it is you're doing first at a volunteer level, and then next maybe at a contract, like freelance working level, and then lastly at the end, sort of like at that full-time opportunity where people really start to understand, okay, so you're making a living out of this. Kind of shifting away from that a bit, I kind of have a question for all three of you, but what is one thing that you would warn people who are kind of considering jumping into the gaming and esports industry like you guys did right after college? Something that maybe people should be aware of to expect kind of trying to make their way into this industry that maybe you weren't aware of and that you really want to make sure that people understand before they make this leap of faith.
Yeah, I think that the first thing you really need to know is that one thing that I want to kind of point out when I do these panels is that, we have a panel of people who worked really hard to get to where they are. And I also know a lot of people who worked really hard and are still like trying to find their place like in esports. It's not as straightforward. And as you heard from all of our stories, we all have different journeys. Don't be disheartened when, you kind of take a similar or same path as someone else and you don't get there immediately. There's people I know that are so close to me that I know have the talents and the strengths that they, a lot of organizations, publishers, you name it, need. And it took them 2 to 3 years to get to where they are today. Don't expect things to happen overnight. It is a risk. And the only reason why we all do this is because we're ambitious, passionate people in this space that want to make something happen. But that doesn't mean that results come overnight.
For sure. No, I think when it comes down to it, a lot of what you mentioned before as well, where things aren't always going to fall in line the way that you expect them to, that's a big thing to kind of understand and acknowledge when you're kind of running through this. Jonathan, any words of advice to the people as they consider potentially jumping into the industry?
I think have an try to have an understanding of what your goal is, I guess, in the industry, right? For me, something that has helped me at least, right? Like when you're the president of a club, you kind of just do anything and everything, especially like if you're early in, right? Like I'm sure Sabrina has experienced this. It's like you're kind of like a catch-all for just random things. Like one day you're booking rooms, next day you're like pasting flyers on doors that are not supposed to be there. Like, one day you're grabbing food. I mean, it's just kind of all over the place, right? Which could make it hard for you to focus. But I think for me, what I really enjoyed was connecting people and connecting brands. Like what was really interesting to me was, and what drew me to the space, we started to have conversations with huge companies that were just, companies I looked up to, like NVIDIA's, I was one of the first brand ambassadors for them. And for me, I was like, wow, like, I've used NVIDIA graphics cards my entire life. Like now I get to work with them. Like that's insane to me. So I think just have an understanding of like what you want to do in the space. So I took like a moment like that and was like, I enjoy talking to the brands and like trying to get them into the space, right? Like trying to like help them and like connect the dots of like, I have a product that you want to attach yourself to, and you have your own goals in the space, right? And trying to mesh those things together in a way that makes sense was really appealing to me. And so whenever we were in the development stage of the esports stadium, that's the kind of role that I started taking in personally. And so now I'm the director of partnerships, but that was only because like I had a sense of focus on like what I found interesting for me personally, right? So business development, which kind of I got that purely from my experience in Collegiate, and it's just been really fun. So I think just have a sense of focus. You don't have to know exactly what you want to do, but saying like I want to work in esports is like the most ambiguous thing ever. Like there's a million things you can do in esports. Like find something that you are particularly passionate about. I had a just recently we've been doing some we had to cancel the internship this summer, but we're doing like resume review with some of the interns just to like offer them some advice and on a path forward, right? And someone's like, I want to work in marketing. I'm like, well, which part of marketing, right? And so they didn't even get that far. So it's like try to give them some try to point them in a direction. Try to say like if you know someone personally that is trying to get into the space, offer them some advice on some of the intricacies. I think because I didn't understand a lot of them, but I think if you can make your hiring director have an easy decision, it'll probably make it a little bit easier for you in the long run. So.
Yeah, no, I think those are all really good points, and it actually kind of brings up another question that I kind of really wanted to ask all of you, which is sort of given the current environment and how with COVID-19 kind of sweeping through the nation and sort of causing hiring freezes in a lot of places, and as well as just sort of the uncertain nature of getting a job within esports, do you guys feel that students should feel pressure to get an esports job, like fresh out of college, very similar to how most of you guys did? Is it possible that you think that they should maybe try to get a job in that chosen field that John just mentioned, either in marketing or partnerships or events, and then transition back to esports or gaming with that experience? Is that something that you guys feel like might be another approach? Kind of wanted to open the floor to all you guys and see what takes you guys might have on this.
Yeah, I think that there's two different perspectives on this. With coronavirus and quarantine in place, I think a lot of people are feeling a little nervous, right? We've seen internships get canceled over the summer due to this, and this is not just in esports, this is in all industries. Career opportunities, new grad opportunities are kind of fading away as we don't understand the impact that it's going to have on our economy. I love to say though, interestingly enough, esports is one of the few industries that, provides entertainment, not dependent on if we're remote or not. As you can tell in the LCS and with Overwatch League and other esports leagues, they're still going on even within the quarantine. People are playing remotely, and yes, it is difficult and sometimes the production might be a little scuffed, but it's still going compared to a lot of other industries that just have been at a standstill. Well, what does that mean for people who are trying to get into the industry now, and especially people who are new grads? I can speak from the operations side of esports. I really do think that right now, esports organizations are really looking for people who have a holistic breadth of skills that are both endemic and non-endemic. They want people who haven't just been in their esports club and, that is all they've done. There's a lot of people looking for people who are coming from outside of the industry to kind of hone in their skills and, kind of do a twist and put it into the esports org themselves. So for students that are kind of looking for and kind of debating between both, there are two different paths right now. The opportunities are pretty slim with both, unfortunately, during this time. But at the same time, I think there is a lot of value in kind of going outside of the esports industry, taking a non-endemic job, getting the experience, and then making yourself more valuable to the marketplace in 1 to 2 years.
For sure. I think especially along the lines of if that other job in another industry is something that's very similar to what you want to do in esports, I think that's something where if you get into that other industry and sort of build yourself up, there's a lot of opportunity there. Mina, from your perspective, I know as a recruiter, this definitely affects a lot of what you guys do on a day-to-day basis. What are your thoughts on sort of that difference when you're trying to come out from Collegiate and try to find a job?
Yeah, right on. So in terms of like COVID impacts on itself, like Sabrina mentioned, we are impacted, but to a lesser extent. We're very fortunate that we're still able to move forward and in ways have to pivot, but people are looking towards games as a medium to stay connected with their friends when they can't hang out with them in person, and are, viewing their favorite Twitch streamers and watching professional scenes still. So in terms of job availability on Riot's side, we're still hiring per norm. We just may have to reprioritize certain roles to get things out the door. But for the most part, like, we're fortunate enough to not be as impacted as other spaces. I like what Jonathan mentioned earlier, where you'll talk to students who are like, I want to work in esports. And you ask them, well, what do you want to do? And they're like, I don't know, anything. I just want to work in esports. And I think I really wanted to dig into this here because I similarly fell into that trap. Because esports is an industry and we require skills of all varieties, which include marketing, insights, analytics, sports broadcasting, talent management, recruiting, engineering, etc. Things that you find that are needed in any other industry space. So if you're thinking that you need to drop everything for esports, you're probably not taking the time to break down the differences between your interests versus your strengths and versus your passion, and wanting to find a career where you can live up to your values. And this is kind of extrapolated from a course that we actually teach in our internship program here that focuses around career development. So you should really think about what you're good at, and that should probably be coinciding with your field of study. So if you're good at math, writing, art, etc., hopefully you're like fine-tuning your skills there. And then you want to map out what roles in the esports industry that would benefit from your area of expertise. And so you want to be applying your strengths then to the right passions. And you did a good job already, which is identifying, oh, I'm passionate about esports. Therefore, I want to take this skill at communications and writing to write esports articles, as an example. So I don't think that you should feel like you're steps behind people who are already studying the field that they're passionate about, who already know exactly like what kind of craft they want to go into. Because some people take like 40 years to come to realize what their true passions are. You're just kind of like entering it from the other end of it, where like I already know what I'm passionate about, but I don't know what I can do to apply in terms of skills, while other people, like, I'm just really good at coding, so all I'm going to do is code. But why do I feel so burnt out? Because they are not applying their coding to a space that they're truly passionate about. So you're just approaching it from a different end, but think critically about skills that you can actually offer and try to level that up. And that is kind of your way to say, this is my unique space that I can actually add value. And so don't just drop the gun and drop your studies and be like, oh, I want to do esports, because there's so many things that you could do there. So you got to start to narrow things down.
That was probably the most structured approach to getting a job in esports or gaming that I've ever heard. So I'm going to actually switch that over to Jonathan, because I think Mina's cat is going crazy. So we'll let her take care of that. While Jonathan, any last things about students that might feel pressure to get that job out of college? Anything you would want to share?
I think particularly, I am in a different part of the industry, right? Like I'm in purely new infrastructure. We're a facility. We host, white label events. We've done every major esports title you could think of. We've done the esports awards. We've done Counter-Strike, Fortnite, Hearthstone. I mean, like every single title, right? And I think, what I see personally in the industry is if you're someone who's like trying to get into specifically like the production realm, like if you're trying to get broadcast, if you're trying to be like you want to work at something like a dream hack, it's just, unfortunately, this is like a horrible time to enter that part of the industry. For us, it's like we're doing everything that we can. Luckily, we have a background in doing online events, so we've pivoted all of our stuff online. Which, like, to Sabrina's point, like we're in a very privileged position because of we grew up in that digital space that we can pivot online, overnight, and not be in a position like AT&T Stadium or Globe Life Park, who they're having to furlough like 90% of their employees because there's no live events for the next 4 months, right? So, I think if right now it's definitely a weird time. Like if you're trying to get into the live event space or the event activation space, I think it's going to be very tough. But I do think that like the esports team side is relatively safe. One thing I would note is because it's so heavily backed by venture capital, it may not necessarily be that the esports team itself is directly affected, but it might be the investors' secondary, investments that are being affected. So, for example, investor A could be, a majority owner in, Team Liquid, but he's also invested in like 500, restaurants and live events and, cinemas or wherever he made his money from. And now that cash flow is just, completely wrecked. And now you're in a position where he has to kind of choose like what he wants to stay in, and if they want to stay in esports or not. It's kind of a toss-up. So, I'm cautiously optimistic about the space right now. I think we're probably out of every industry in the world right now, from a digital media and entertainment space, like probably the safest. But I don't think that we're still completely safe. So I would just be super cautious and wait it out a little bit and kind of see where this all pans out, because reality is like we don't know like how long this is going to go for. Like we just had our stay-at-home order extended for 30 days, and it's like, okay, well, guess we're reopening late summer now, so midsummer. It's just one of those things that you just got to be careful with, and that's any industry. So but particularly like if you're trying to get into the live event space, I would just be incredibly cautious right now.
I feel like we need to bring Jonathan on for like a business/economy of esports panel and just let him talk for like an hour. That's exactly what that was all about. Awesome. But we have about 5 minutes left. So we're about ready to close out this panel for today. So for all of you guys, thank you guys for joining us today. But before we sort of close things out, do you guys have any maybe last words of advice you would like to provide to the audience, as well as maybe where they'd be able to find you, or maybe something that you've been working on recently that you're really excited about and you would really like to tell them? The floor is for you guys for the next 5 minutes. So hit us up with it.
Yeah, I'll go first. I just want to say, if you're watching this, you're already taking the first step in the right direction. Putting yourself in a position to educate yourself is kind of hard, and you're finding those resources right now by listening to stuff like this and throughout the night. Number two is that I think that during this time, a lot of people are uncertain about the direction that they want to go to. And I think that's been a recurring theme with the answers that the other panelists have had. It's kind of finding your direction is the first step to like really understanding what you want to do. For me personally, my career has taken like 5 left turns at this point. With like, I've been, in events, I've been in marketing, social media, I've done graphics. Probably shouldn't have done that, but I did. And like, I've, landed myself to where I am today, and I feel like very confident. A lot of people are a little bit worried in the collegiate space of being a jack of all trades, master of none. But I want to say, let that empower you. Take those skills that you have right now and assess what you really want to invest in the future. And you'll be fine. The third one, and probably my last point, is that I want to make sure that you guys understand that there's a lot of programs and resources out there. There's people like us that are willing to talk and kind of educate you guys on the opportunities that there are. and to kind of empower you for your success. There's a lot of organizations right now looking to kind of support those kinds of programs as well. And Collegiate is something that I think is going to be longstanding and, kind of dark horse in the esports race. So, keep your roots there and make it happen.
I just want to say, don't think you have to walk out of quarantine having learned a new language and have glowing skin and books or something. Take it easy. Seriously, I have struggled a lot with this. I get really lazy and lethargic. I just don't want to do anything. My highlight accomplishment of a day would be the fact that I drank some green juice. Take it easy on yourself. And I think there are minimum things that you can do to feel a sense of accomplishment. And I think a good one that Sabrina mentioned was participating in this panel, because all that it really involves is you to pull up a screen and just listen in. There's podcasts and other resources. I hate reading, so I probably wouldn't read books, but there are small things that you can do to keep yourself going, but don't put the expectation on yourself that you got to come out a perfect person after all this, because this is a very stressful time and people will be very empathetic to you not being able to accomplish to your full potential because we're going through a global pandemic right now. So just take it easier on yourself and hopefully we'll all get through this soon.
Yep, just to chime in on that, I mean, something that I've been doing because we had I mentioned it earlier, but with the interns, right? We have been doing resume review, right? So I'll offer it to anyone who's listening and is interested. Just reach out to me on Twitter or, join the Esports Stadium Discord and just reach out. And if you want me to look at your resume, because I'm already doing that for people who applied for our internship, more than happy to do that and extend my time. For me, and I'm sure that the two panelists feel the same. I got to where I am 100% because people gave me a chance and talked to me whenever they were in the industry. So more than happy to make myself available if that's something that you could find some value in. And, ultimately, I think it's just trying to stay sane in all this. And, I can't imagine what it's like having to graduate right now. Pretty tough times, not even be able to walk and stuff like that. I just think it's really sad. And I think Mina hit the nail on the head. I think people are going to be empathetic to this. And hopefully we see a pretty big rebound once we get through this. And I think ultimately I'm still very bullish on the space. And I think, if you made it this far and you're watching us, ramble on for an hour, you're better off than probably 70-80% of the people who say they want to work in esports, right? So just keep your head above the water and reach out if we can, if we can help. So.
Absolutely. Awesome. Well, we appreciate everyone's time today. That does wrap up our career panel. Big shout out to our sponsors, Corsair, Control Freak, AIM Lab, and Twitch students for partnering up with Andbox to host this event. Some of our panelists will be stopping by in the Andbox Discord immediately after this. We have an overflow voice channel where we have Ayan moderating and helping to ask any questions we might have missed during the panel. Make sure to stop by if you're interested, and we'll be right back with the next panel, Making College Partnerships a Win for Everyone. Take care.
And I'm ready for some more. And I've been reading all the war. And I've been shutting down the stores. Cause when it rain and it pours. And I'm ready for some more. And I've been reading all the war. Almond milk with the Wheaties for breakfast. Eat my baby for dinner. Had to switch up the methods. We don't hang with pretenders. I'm the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, yeah. Say the city yet again, here it comes, yeah.
Vigilante on the rise, why is it surprising? They throw agents at your boy to keep the fix divided. Frequent flyer and I always preach to fly united. Niggas be so scared to fail, that's why they keep it quiet. God flow, I know you hear it, Rock pioneered it. Gave me the wheel, then a nigga had the power steer it. Steady faking, what you making ain't no power near it. I bet this on your radio as soon as power hear it. Yeah, I wear my cape real loose, sleeves on in 2, 3. Ooh, I'm getting new cheese, bruh. Cowabunga on a routine, that's a true thing. Routine, I made a new scene. Under gray clouds, city lights, 40 days, 40 nights. It could be a short life, not a long one. When you coming from where I'm from, man, this shit feel like Gotham. Yeah, yeah. Man, this shit feel like Gotham. Yeah, yeah. Man, this shit feel like Gotham. Yeah. Man, this shit feel like Gotham. Look, why you never listen? I been had the vision. Martin Luther me, dreaming about the riches. I'ma need the rings, I'ma go the distance. Do it for my team, bitch, it's my religion. Yo girl is some Christian, she ain't even Christian. They all want a bad boy when they see the piston. I'm all in my feelings, I might need a minute. I might have to pivot, I might need the digits. I learned lessons from decisions, lessons from decisions. Niggas think you stupid, they be fucking tripping. Hit them with precision, I don't fucking miss them. Keep them at a distance, I don't fucking miss them. Under gray clouds, city lights, 40 days, 40 nights. It could be a short life, not a long one. When you coming from where I'm from, man, this shit feel like Gotham. Yeah, yeah. Man, this shit feel like Gotham. Yeah, yeah. Man, this shit feel like Gotham. Yeah. Man, this shit feel like Gotham. Man, this shit feel like Gotham. Yeah, yeah. Get out my way, I need space to get the fake off. Get out my way, I need space, I'm about to take off. Get out my way, yeah, the frequency been way up, way up. Get out my way, it's too easy, it's a layup, layup. Give me my space, I'm in my pride. I was a prisoner, all of the mine. Now I'm a traveler leading the line. They wanna cut me, I'm bleeding divine. Home of the greed, land of the slaves. No, we ain't free, still we do great. No, we ain't free, still we do great, yeah. Still we do great. I gotta say it and say it and say it again. Me and the devil ain't making amends. I've been a rebel since Lego and friends. I gotta make it and spin. I set the trend, king of the fall. Home of the winter, by spring I'll be gone. I don't be putting it all on the ground, so they never know what the hell I be on. Get out my way, I need space to get the fake off. Get out my way, I need space, I'm about to take off. Get out my way, yeah, the frequency been way up, way up. Get out my way, it's too easy, it's a layup, layup. Look, I was just a little bitty boy with hopes and dreams. Then those hopes they manifested to nobody dope as me. Hoop dreams, rap wars, it's pop culture, that's gorgeous. Skywalker, that force is quite strong that I'm born with. Fuck a goofy cornball clout chaser claiming rap. You the reason why I left. I got bored, I'll take it back. Y'all asleep, you taking naps while I'm busy taking names. Ho, lyrical assassin, cock it back, I'm taking aim. Get out my way, I need space to get the fake off. Get out my way, I need space, I'm about to take off. Get out my way, yeah, the frequency been way up, way up. Get out my way, it's too easy, it's a layup, layup. Get out my way. Get out my way. Get out my way. Get out my way. Pick your spot, pick your poison, pick some cotton, pick my brain. Yeah, yeah. Pick your spot, pick your poison, pick some cotton, pick my brain. Yeah. Pick your spot, pick your poison, pick some cotton, pick my brain. Pick your spot, pick your poison, pick some cotton, pick my brain.
Get out my way. I need space to get the fake off. Get out my way. I need space, I'm about to take off. Get out my way. Yeah, the frequency been way up, way up. Get out my way. It's too easy, it's a layup, layup. Get out my way. I need space to get the fake off. Get out my way. I need space, I'm about to take off. Get out my way. Yeah, the frequency been way up, way up. Get out my way. It's too easy, it's a layup, layup. Get out my way. 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 Get out my way.
Yeah. I'll react if I had to. Put some things in the past too, and don't let them distract you, but react if you have to. I'll react if I had to. Put some things in the past too, and don't let them distract you, but react if you have to. Yeah. React if you have to. Yeah.
Don't know the time, yeah. Just know that I'm, yeah, one of a kind, yeah. What's on your mind, yeah. We're hard to find, yeah. Beautiful mind, yeah. Still in my prime, yeah. Just know that I'm, yeah. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. I can't be still inside, still inside. It's not insomnia, really. I'm not a zombie, a thriller. I'm moving calmly but iller. Not playing party until I ain't been partying either. Been at the Garden of Eden, just drinking water.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Andbox Game Day Esports panel series. We've got a ton of amazing programming still lined up for you today, with even more panelists going all the way through the next 3 hours. If you have any questions you would like to ask during this panel series, definitely feel free to drop by in the Andbox Discord. We have a channel where you can put in all your questions within the specific game day panel section. Don't worry if we don't get to your questions either, because we'll be actually hosting an overflow period after each panel where some of these panelists will be hanging out in Discord to answer some more questions from you, the community. For our second panel today, we have 3 amazing panelists joining us for Know Your Worth, Making College Partnerships a Win for Everyone. Who are these 3, you may ask? Introducing the wonderful Eugenia Yoon, Dominic Nguyen, and Kai Matthew, who are here to provide some insight on how to build long-lasting, effective partnerships and understanding the value that you, the student, and your organization bring to the table. Not only that, but after this panel, when they're in the overflow programming section, we'll actually be taking any partnership decks or materials that you guys want to provide and going through and reviewing them. And when I say reviewing them, I actually just mean they're just going to roast all your materials. So if you're interested in putting your stuff in there, be sure to pop it over and we'll be able to take a look at it after this panel. But kicking it off first, Eugenia, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do and what your involvement is within Collegiate Esports?
Hi, my name is Eugenia Yoon. I run the student program at Corsair, which is focused on helping students find their career in STEM. So that's everything from supporting hackathons and gaming lands that students put on to creating tournaments, workshops, and educational materials, including our own resume workshops that will kind of help guide you into figuring out how to get a job after you graduate in the field of your choice.
Sounds good to me. Dom, you're up.
Hey guys, my name is Dominic Nguyen. I run the G4 student program over at NVIDIA. We focus on supporting PC and gaming at esports on college campuses, building better leaders, and advancing awareness of gaming technology.
Sounds pretty sick to me. How about you, Kai?
Hey guys, I'm Kai Matthew. I'm head of partnerships at Andbox. We obviously work really closely with the student community, putting on Spring Rally, game days today. They're a really big part of our audience, and we're very deeply dedicated to making sure that we are staying connected to the community, providing products and experiences and opportunities for them to learn and get involved with esports professionally.
Awesome. Well, now that we're all introduced and we're all friends, let's start it off with the questions. So I'm going to kick us off with a bit of a more philosophical question, starting off strong here. Kai, I kind of want to direct this question at you first, since your experience with partnerships is across not only the esports industry, but also the restaurant industry. So here's the question. What does the word partnerships mean to you?
So I was thinking a lot about that question because I didn't actually have a very good answer that didn't sound like really lame. But I think that, and like really cheesy. But the thing that when I think about partnerships and what good partnerships are, a lot of it isn't about our company and the external partner. I mean, that's kind of a given that you want to make sure that that's a really strong relationship. But actually, when I think about partnerships and success, I think about the internal teams and the requirement to get everybody's sort of alignment and support internally for the projects that you're doing. And just to give you an example, I worked at a food media company for a number of years, and it was a startup. It was probably employee 4 of what eventually grew up to be 60. And in the early years, everyone's wearing like 80 different hats. You're working 15-hour days, and everyone's really strapped, right? And you're having to depend on other people. I was in my youth, I think I was a lot more kind of steamroller-ish. And one time during one of my reviews with the founder of the company, he was like, Kai, I love you, but you need people to want to help you. You can't just like force people out of obligation into working on your projects because at the end of the day, they're not going to be as successful if you had full buy-in. And that really resonated with me throughout my career. And so I just want to make sure that, especially now that I've changed industries, that, whatever projects that we are taking to partners, that, they're very supported internally, and we understand sort of the implications of like, the impact on the internal teams if we were to sell a program. And what does that mean for our content producers and, the social team? And does that mean that all of a sudden people have to work, drop the things that they're working on and spend 10 hours doing something else, and I think that that's the thing that is, really is important to me in partnerships.
Hey, teamwork makes the dream work. Dom or Eugenia, you guys want to jump in here, sort of give your take on what this term means to you?
Ladies first.
I definitely think she hit the nail on the head there, where the partnership is really about focusing on how to not only get people to want to work with you, but to make sure that you're being good to them. So definitely making sure that there's give and take to both sides.
Yeah, I completely agree. There's not much more to be said.
You did it, Kai. You nailed it.
Yes.
Awesome. Cool. So we've kind of, in that question, kind of talked a little bit about what a good partnership kind of looks like. So we're gonna flip the nail on the head over here. So what are the signs of a bad partnership, as well as sort of what could possibly be your biggest pet peeve when it comes to partnerships? When things aren't going as planned and you don't always have that teamwork and that buy-in. Dom, why don't you kick us off with this one?
Okay, I want to first start off by saying partnerships are definitely something new to a lot of people, especially in Collegiate. For the first time, you guys are, looking to get buy-in for something that you guys are much more passionate about, aside from just regular projects that you guys have to do for school. So a lot of these things will just naturally be there because it's your first couple times doing it. But there's a ton of red flags that you can see in the community. Starting off a conversation with like, hey, so I heard X school got this, like, how do I get the same thing? When you don't understand the implications of like why, certain companies are supporting that or not. And then just asking for the pricing straight up is probably a huge first initial red flag. There are things like not understanding what your core competencies are and what you can do for the company, not necessarily what the company can do for you. People may not have like a deck to show off about your event. There may not be any numbers. People may not communicate very much. And then even if you get into a partnership, right, sometimes people just don't read the contract or just assume that because they've done it with X company that it works the same way with, the company that you're just currently getting a new partnership for. And so I think you asked what the biggest pet peeve was. One is like if the biggest pet peeve is if they haven't read the partnership agreement, just signed it and then just kind of assumed a bunch of things about the partnership and then haven't followed up. Oftentimes, if you're communicating with the company that you're applying for a partnership for, that's a really good sign that doesn't seem to happen as often as I would like. So, for example, I know like Eugene and I's contracts always have like pictures or following up with, and sometimes that may not happen for the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I understand like after the event's over and you've given away all the pricing that like people think like, okay, the event's over, but you still have an obligation to fulfill your contractual pictures or recaps, and it just doesn't happen. And oftentimes we're chasing 4 or 5 events that we're supporting over the weekend, and when we have to make a recap for our superiors, we have to go and figure out, I'm missing a deck from someone, or I'm missing these statistics from someone, and then it makes us look bad and it makes you guys look bad too.
Absolutely. I think what you mentioned over there, a lot of that also comes down to what we were talking about before, that core philosophy of teamwork, where it doesn't just end once the event happens. The partnership is ongoing. Everyone should kind of be working together as a team in that sense. Kai or Eugenia, do you guys have any input you might want to give, anything that the audience should know? Like, hey, like this might be something that you would want to try to avoid when delving into partnerships?
Eugenia, do you want to go first?
This is going to sound so cruel, and it's not intended to, but
this is only to help. This is only to help.
Is that sometimes I have to chase students down for, did they send out a tweet, or where are my pictures in the recap? What do you mean you didn't have a registration table where you counted how many people came to your event? For me, I think the biggest red flag for me is when a student's not communicating with me at any point during the conversation. It's like I will obligate to a certain partnership package for them, and after that I don't hear from them until the event is over. And that's a red flag for me. And generally, if that happens for 4 years, until every single student on that campus will cycle through, I might not work with them again, because the reality is that even if you can't deliver on something that you obligated to, you should always communicate so that we know. We should know the status of your event. You should be checking in with us to make sure the deliverables are being handled by someone on your team, because if we have to chase you down, that's a sign that it already didn't happen when it should have. So that's just my biggest pet peeve, is when people aren't communicating with me in a timely manner.
Check your emails, people. Make sure you guys are checking your emails.
Yeah. And it's funny. I think that account management is something that's really important and is sort of like the least sexy part of partnerships. I think like the win is the thing, and like the splashy part of the activation is the stuff that people, I think, feel really excited about. But actually, like, your obligation in managing your deliverables and managing your relationship with the client is actually, that is where long-term business relationships are made. It's not in like your initial pitch with your jazz hands. It's actually in delivering the goods and then having a meaningful relationship with these people and performing and over-delivering. And that's how you're going to have a long-term business and see it grow. And I think that's it's something that I don't think we talk very much about on the business side. And account management and I think execution, I'm a total obsessive for that type of stuff. Probably to a fault. But I find that's where you lose business.
Kai, that is an amazing segue into our next question, because we're going to be flipping it all the way back, and we're going to be talking as well about what is the best way to actually over-deliver on a partnership, and potentially even if you guys could share what the favorite thing that a team has potentially done in the past to actually over-deliver on a partnership. Like you mentioned, a lot of these long-term relationships come from building value over time and trying to over-deliver when you can for your teammates. Eugenia, is this one that you have experience with that you would want to touch on?
Yeah, I think I have a actually very specific experience that I'd like to call out to kind of answer the second part of the question first, which is what my favorite thing that a team did to over-deliver. And really the over-deliver came on the under-deliver, which is really funny. Because the way I typically start out a partnership is for us to both sit down, talk about an overview of our programs and our goals, our mission statements, to get a really clear idea of what it is that we are looking for, right? For example, NVIDIA's Collegiate GeForce program and Corsair student program seems at a base level to be very similar. We do event support, we have ambassadors, but the reality is that they all operate in very different ways. So when student clubs, ask me questions about my program and are asking me, oh, what's important to you as Corsair student? Oh, you don't actually care about having hundreds of thousands of people at these collegiate events. The reality is, no, I'm looking for really strong interns. I'm looking for leaders on campus. I'm looking for people who understand what my Corsair student goal is and understand that if you say, hey, I would like to, I'd love it if you could send me 10 motherboards. And I say, oh, too bad Corsair doesn't make motherboards. Sorry. It really helps when people have a strong understanding of our product portfolio and our program portfolio. So what a student group did was they spent, hours talking to me about their club, their goals, what they were looking for, why they specifically reached out to Corsair. They had a great, fantastic deck. And they were one of the groups that I had just mentioned where I didn't hear much from them in the middle of, I locked down the sponsorship to this is the event day. I got an email from them a week before their event saying, hey, here's where we're at with the event. We're going to go forward with it. Your package has just arrived. We'll send you a recap in 3 weeks. And then I'm sure that as they were prepping their recap, they looked through our conversations where I had highlighted things that were very important to me, such as communication, specific deliverables that I really wanted highlighted, specific call outs I wanted timestamped on their stream. So what they did was in their recap, they first say, hey, instead of me just sending you the recap over email, do you mind if we meet over a call? So we meet and we call, and they start off by just apologizing. They say, hey, I understand that, this is really important that we communicated to you. You asked us for 2 weekly check-ins and the week leading up to the event. Here's everything that we kind of failed to do. Here's how we'd like to make it up to you. So by understanding what they under-delivered, they were able to say, we are willing to throw you a free event next month. We have created a resume package for you so you can take a look at all of the resumes that we have in our club of great leaders that we think would make great interns for you. Here is some branding that we've included on our social media platform for the next month and an email newsletter saying thank you that we'd like to send out to the whole school. So by under-delivering originally, they were able to recognize that my values were very different from maybe some of the other sponsors who had said, hey, you just need to, here's the package, have their event, turn in a recap. And they were able to follow up and make it up to me. So I think the best way to over deliver is to just make sure that all the deliverables are happening and are allocated for.
Did you say that they wrote a letter to the entire school thanking them for attending the event?
They somehow got the student union to approve an email newsletter for I guess like recreational student clubs. There's like an activities newsletter about, hey, here are things that are going on campus. So they were able to give me a free event that had that branding blasted to the whole school.
That's wild. And
I'm
that
sure
was
they
that
did
was
a
the
lot of
extra.
begging.
That was the extra. Wow. Damn. Eugenia or Kai, do you guys have anything maybe that maybe could top that? Anything you guys have seen in the past? That's kind of wild. That's kind of.
Kai, do you want to go first? Mine's like not as nearly as good as Eugenia's for sure, 100%.
No, Dom, then do it. Just I don't want to follow that.
No, for sure. Yeah,
No,
that's actually
I'm not
wild.
following.
That's crazy. Yeah. So I was gonna say the best over deliver for me was really simple. They asked if what I would want to send in the deck. And they asked like what I needed all this information for, like numbers and all that stuff. I said, well, I send it off to my superiors and here's how I format it and all that kind of stuff. And then they did it for me. And then that's like the best thing in the world is when they do the work for you. All you have to do is get the email, read it and be like, yes, this is perfect. And then you hit the forward button and then you're good. But on top of that, they also did, they called it the best friend video. So we had actually sent out, I think 24 computers because they were attending an event and they needed computers to run their tournaments and stuff like that. And they said, well, we have these computers for like a week. Let's make extra content with it. And so they filmed this thing called the best friend video, and they took one of our computers and they like wheeled it around and then did like a funny skit where they like had it, they like slept with it, hugging it in bed, and then making sure that like it got like cleaned and like did all these things. It was a really cute video, and it was just like it showed that extra attention to detail that they wanted to show for me and for the products. And so like I really appreciated that. And then again, because it was a video, it's very easy to just forward that to my superiors who may not understand why esports even or collegiate gaming is important. A video is a really, really quick way of doing that, as opposed to like, hey, these students did this really cool thing, but in order to understand this really cool thing, you have to have like some amount of knowledge, background knowledge on like how collegiate esports works. And this is why this is cool. And it's like then I have to write out a long paragraph and then no one reads that kind of stuff. So video formatting, phenomenal. I love that.
I feel like that's so scary. Like you're just wheeling around like a partner's PC, throwing it on.
Well, they're doing it
throwing on
anyway, so
bandwidth.
I mean, yeah, it was great. I thought it was
That's
phenomenal.
crazy. That's
Yeah.
sick. Kai, anything on your end?
I'd say just to go back to kind of, in order to over deliver, I think you need to know what your obligations are. And so just to go back to account management, and it's going to sound so boring and like schoolmarmy, but don't just like live in your emails. Like if you are working with Dom and Eugenia and you have, managed to, create some sort of value exchange with them, like the expectation is just that like you like potentially maybe don't ever talk to them again until after the event and like send them an email that's like, hey, we did this thing, right? Like get yourself a project plan, use Google Docs, like put together like a thing where you have all of your deliverables outlined, and then you have dates and you have owners and you're going through on a weekly basis and you're checking shit off, because I don't know how you're going to over deliver if you don't know what your baseline of delivery is going to be. So I think that having a benchmark on what the expectations are for your project are going to help you to be a better partner.
No, I think that kind of goes along with the term that it's always better to over communicate rather than to under communicate, just making sure that you're giving your partners as much information as possible. Awesome. So we've kind of touched on partnerships on an overarching philosophical standpoint. I want to hone it in a little bit further and touch specifically on collegiate partnerships for a bit. Because a lot of the people viewing are students that run their own student organizations, and many of these students are familiar with the types of collegiate partnerships that are available currently in the space, but aren't so familiar with why companies really go out of their way to partner with colleges, students, when they have the opportunity to go and work with larger and more recognized events or even teams or organizations. From your perspective, what do collegiate partnerships offer to companies that they can't find with other companies that they used to partner with, or event organizers or esport organizations? Eugenia, I think you already touched on this one a little bit, so I'll kind of let you jump in with this. But I think for you mentioned something around getting those resumes in for potential interns and that educational focus, if that's something you wanted to touch on further.
Yeah, so not only are you as a student a demographic that's looking to build lifelong purchasing habits, I'll even admit that the stores I shopped at in college or the foods that I came to love in college are still the things that I very much enjoy today, a handful of years later. But the reality is that we need you to join us. Corsair started 25 years ago as a hardware memory company. So we made not even the memory sticks, just the module inside the stick. And we had to expand very quickly to deal with, the growing .com situation, everyone moving online for gaming, and then more recently streaming. So as we continue to move into newer spaces every generation, we need people to come and educate us about those spaces. So what a collegiate student group can do for us is to be highly engaged with our products, to know how our product is used within the space that we are targeting them for, and to make recommendations and give us ideas on how to better our products for the next generation of what's to come. So that's why you'll see that a lot of companies have a huge focus on university recruiting. If you were here in the last panel, Nina Her works in university recruiting at Riot. We have people like Dom and I who work very closely with our HR department and our recruiters to go to these events and find collegiate leaders that we think will be great choices. We host workshops where we pick out an intern for the summer every time we go. So it's having a student who knows their topic very, very well, can speak to it and can educate us. That's really what we're looking for. I think PAX can't do that for us. DreamHack can't do that for us. That's why we focus on the collegiate space at Corsair.
That's crazy. So essentially what you're saying is that the value that you're deriving from these student organizations and from the students that you're actually talking to is simply the students themselves. So sort
absolutely.
of identifying in that sense.
And recruiting can cost thousands of dollars. Finding somebody, bringing them on, doing on-site interviews, and being able to just know who you want from the start because you've seen them put out good work and they have a portfolio of good work on campus, that can save us thousands, if not, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in recruiting fees.
Awesome. That definitely makes a lot of sense. I know that your team also runs a lot of those resume workshops and partnership deck review workshops. A lot of that, I'm assuming, also comes around with that in mind. Dom, anything you want to touch on this end from an NVIDIA standpoint?
Yeah. So, frankly speaking, college students are for the first time, the vast majority of you guys are away from, home for the first time, making decisions for the first time, building brand loyalties for the first time, right? You guys have a very limited pool of money that, either you, are working a part-time job for or working a full-time job for, and you have to decide on what you spend that money on. And so, because you don't have your parents, like, not everyone has their parents buying stuff for them anymore. They have to, leave the nest for the first time. It's a really integral time for people to really make decisions on what they love, like Eugenia mentioned, right? Like I feel the same way. The people that supported me in college and the people that supported my events are the people that like I really care about and I think of first when I want to buy products from. And so just remember that like that's the core competency there for you guys to share and showcase. I know oftentimes college students realize that or think that there's not a lot that they can offer besides just numbers and people. And even that, sometimes they don't feel like that's a valuable thing, but it absolutely is. I'm going to toot NVIDIA's horn here a little bit and say that partially the reason why I have my job is because everyone during the 10 series graphics card lineup, basically everyone already had an NVIDIA graphics card. And so, when you went to PAX or when you went to, those bigger events and you spoke, NVIDIA spoke with the same people who always came and already loved the brand and already bought in. And then, so how do you grow the total available market of people buying your products? They have to reach out to new, audiences. And Collegiate was one of the first ones that they had come up with that they wanted to tackle. And so luckily I had enough knowledge in space and I had a degree in business and it helped out a lot. So that's why I'm here, is to technically grow that total available market, but also help you guys understand, like, why is the product the one that you want to pursue, and not just like shove it down your throat. It's education on all these things. So
So yeah, no, I think from both of you, from those perspectives, I think it's a lot of it's about, one, it's on that career development level, and then Dom, for you, it's more about educating students and making sure that they have an opportunity to understand really what's available and what's out there and getting that message out. Kai, I know that you work more primarily with the non-collegiate areas, but sort of from an outside perspective looking in, I'm really interested in getting your thoughts on what exactly, where does that value lie, especially for Andbox?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll tell you that Spring Rally is, and this is no bullshit, is my favorite program that we do as an organization.
Clip it. Someone clip it.
Honestly, I am obsessed with it. I just watching it grow from last year to this year, seeing the tremendous amount of community support and engagement and all the UGC, and I mean, the video content that the students are making, it literally blows me away how much they care. And it's really cool to be pitching a product and an experience that the participants are genuinely excited about. And I would love the students to know that you guys are a very valuable audience. And that's part of the reason why I love pitching the program too, because brands, Eugenia and Dom mentioned it, brand loyalty crystallizes in early adulthood. And if there's a brand out there that isn't looking to, if they're not in fact targeting an 18 to 22-year-old audience, they're certainly thinking about it. Because if you want to be a company in the next 30 to 40 years, those 18 to 22-year-olds, you're going to have to start talking to them in some capacity. And I would generally say that brands are probably, for the most part, not really good at doing that. It's like a little bit stale, a little bit corporate. They don't have dedicated folks like Eugenia and Dom who are making, a very kind of strategic sort of effort to build that relationship with that community. And so you guys have a lot of value. And I think that one of the things that I've learned in the past year of working at Andbox from Adam and Dan and the people on our team is that it sounds to me like a lot of college partnerships, you guys are focused on a lot of endemic brands, which makes a lot of sense, right? You're talking to hardware partners, you're talking to video game publishers. But, in my experience coming from the outside world of video games, non-endemic is a huge opportunity for you guys. You guys should be talking to local businesses, local QSRs. Like if there's an Insomnia cookie, like in your campus area, Jimmy John's, like that, you guys should be talking to the businesses that are populating in your local area that's relying on that foot traffic and relying on that community and not just kind of going towards what you would think is a kind of stereotypical partner.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fantastic. I think bringing in that business perspective as well, just getting a better understanding of what students really have within their organizations and within their community. We'll be talking about community building a bit later, but for all of you guys that are listening, you guys have these amazing communities that have a lot to offer to these companies, and it's not just a take relationship. It's really everyone's in here trying to give as much as possible to help grow not only your community, but also the different opportunities that brands could have to sort of get in and help engage and grow the space. Sort of touching on that in an sort of now that we have a better understanding of why collegiate partnerships are valuable, can you guys sort of share what types of major KPIs might align with that students might be able to look to build on and emphasize? I know in the past it's been a lot of, make sure you have a lot of people at your events and make sure you're running a lot of events, but what else is there that you guys in particular might be looking out for when you're looking for organizations and events with students to sponsor?
I'll go first. So for every company, if you're a for-profit company, obviously everyone doesn't like to talk about it, but sales revenue is the eventual goal. With Collegiate, it's very difficult to get that. I always have to reemphasize that for a lot of students, they're running on really old hardware, and just getting people to, touch and feel and try out the new hardware and getting them to understand that, gaming at this level is possible is a huge deal for them. But of course, sales revenue is going to be something that we eventually always talk about. Sometimes it's a 4-year-long play for students to get out of college and then eventually buy something, and that's incredibly difficult to track, on top of just being able to track people who are at your event that day. So the things that specifically for my program, things that I care a lot about are landing page conversion rates, social media traffic. More specifically for the G4 student program, it's how many people have signed up for my Discord. Have you just gone in and checked out my Discord? Have you gone into nvidia.com/G4student and signed up for NVIDIA Knowledge to educate yourself and participate in my challenges and in my programs? And then, of course, the really easy one that people seem to have a lot of trouble with is number of good pictures per event. That's the one that I feel like should, in theory, be the easiest one, but sometimes is the hardest.
2 things on that. Number 1, make sure you guys all jump in and join the NVIDIA G4 student Discord. But also, when it comes down to pictures, make sure you're also following Dom on Twitter, because he has the best hashtag good eats pictures. So he'll show you a thing or two about good photo taking techniques.
Yeah, that's my brand, I guess.
Speaking on having a quote your brand, I think students should recognize that what their school offers, what their club offers is unique to their campus and is often very different from other schools that we might be targeting for other programs. For example, when I do an event at, for example, Yale or at UC Berkeley, these are premier education resource centers in the United States. So we really look to find strong students who might be joining us for internship programs, whereas when we focus on the smaller universities that may only have 100 to 1,000 students on campus, what we're really looking for is no longer resumes, it's engagement, it's getting them to touch our products, to get feedback on our products. These are the people who will be using our products. So recognize that what your campus offers may be something that is unique to you and something that other students aren't thinking of elsewhere, and building on that, not coming up with things like, oh, we'll have X number of people follow us on social media, because the reality is every 4 years, all of you move on, but you may not unlike the Facebook page. You may not you may not remember to leave the Discord after you graduate. So a lot of these social media numbers that you guys are providing to us is heavily inflated. And we know that already. You can't fool us with social media numbers.
Dom and Eugenia have been in the game for too long.
For sure.
Awesome. Kai, did you have anything you wanted to jump in with on this last one? Just anything maybe in particular. I know you highlighted a lot the videos that have come out of Spring Rally. I think especially last year, the great meme war of 2019. It's quite a time, and I'm sure you guys over at Andbox also really enjoyed it. So anything over there in particular that is that something that you guys really take and bring towards leadership and say hey, this is what's happening because of our partnerships?
It's basically the only thing that I try, when I try to sell this program, it's basically all I show. I go to Twitter and I put in the hashtag and I'm like, look at all this stuff that all these amazing students made on their own. We didn't make them do this. This is something that was totally organic, and they're hilarious and well produced and very thoughtful, and you can't the fact that it kind of erupted from the community itself organically, that's not something that that's lightning in a bottle. And it's something that we're really proud of to be able to be a part of that. And I think that's and exactly I think what Eugenia said is about, thinking about the thing that makes your school and your campus unique. It's not like you're all being measured on the same sort of spectrum. But yeah, understanding that you guys are fitting sort of different KPIs or different buckets or different archetypes, and just figuring out kind of what's your unique differentiator.
The meme war has been absolutely insane. I know I was talking to Dan and Adam as well when they began running it last year, and even they had no idea that something like this was coming. So if you're one of the participants of the great meme war and you're in the chat, we recognize that. We definitely recognize that, and what you guys are doing really has power. So kind of shifting gears a little bit here, I think when we talk about collegiate partnerships, a lot of times what people think of is just event support, we're running this event and this company is going to send us merch, or they're going to send us peripherals or gear, and we're just going to give it away, or we're going to showcase in a way, and then that'll sort of be the end of the partnership. Have there been any other types of activations that you might have seen either in collegiate or outside of collegiate, whether it be an event or a workshop or maybe something online that you would really love to engage with from a partnerships perspective, but students just aren't really doing it as much? Maybe something that feels a little bit more unique and off the cuff that you've seen before and you're like, oh, I really like that.
In the same way that a lot of career centers will invite local companies to come do panels, workshops on campus, I don't think we receive enough of those invites, and we'd love to participate. The kids in the Corsair student program and our Discord have all known that we have an open invite out if anyone would like us to call out and potentially come out to any events. That is something that we are always willing to discuss and be open to. All you have to do is communicate in advance with us. So for us, having you guys ask us questions and to give us feedback and let us know what's important to you is incredibly valuable to us. So I would love to see more students taking advantage of the open resources provided by companies like TESPA, CSL, G4 Student, Corsair Student, and the other collegiate programs where you can double dip if you need to, but we are happy for you to come up with activations that make sense for your campus and to get more involved with other departments. So if you are under rec sports, what is varsity doing? What is academics doing? If you guys are working with your career center, like the UC Berkeley program is, well, what is rec sports doing? Is there something where you can create cross activations across campus departments? Those are really the things that we would love to see more of.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that was one of my examples too that I had come up with, was back in my time in collegiate, the way that we grew our club and the way that I haven't seen a lot of clubs recently grow is by doing those cross activations, right? We did a bunch of stuff with an anime club on campus where we partnered up, and they went to one of our events, one of our beginner esports events where we taught them how to play different games and stuff like that for the first time, or checked out games for the first time, and then we went to go visit their anime watch nights, right? And so those things where you can cross-pollinate people who may have similar interests and grow your club and then grow your numbers and grow the people that are going out to the events and all that kind of good stuff. I haven't seen it very much, or at least not the ones that we've been asked to support. So those are some things I would definitely look into.
You want to support an anime club, is what you're saying, Dom. You want
You
to.
can, I guess, yeah, I'm down, dude. Honestly.
Make sure you guys that here in the chat start looking for your anime clubs. I'm sure there's, like Dom mentioned, there's got to be a lot of cross-pollination.
We did they did hackathons. Anyone that has a computer basically can learn the game. I think that's the biggest takeaway, I guess.
My gaming club partnered with the photography club because none of us owned a DSLR camera and wanted good pictures for our recaps for our sponsors. So if you guys have a yearbook, a newsletter that goes out on campus, or a photography club, a videography program, these are the people to reach out to get better content.
These are the next level strats you're only going to hear right here. Kai, anything that you've experienced maybe in the past that you think could fit really well in a collegiate perspective? Like maybe a student or could pull this off?
I was trying to think about that. I do think it's hard when you have you've really finite resources, I think, in this community. And I think that, I came from like a very fancy food world. So it's harder to make parallels. But I think that the cross-pollination is exactly right. And just want to kind of third that sentiment. Something that we saw a lot of last year as part of the meme wars and all the community voting was seeing different student groups and like the school athletic departments promoting voting for the esports clubs. And these are clubs; they're not part of varsity programs, so they're not being supported by the athletic departments or receiving school funding. But seeing kind of the sort of stamp of approval and the seal of validation from the different organizers and administrations from the campus, that was really rewarding and validating to see. So kind of encouraging folks to reach out to those groups and those different kind of admins on campus to see what can happen, because that was something that was very cool last year that we loved to see.
No, and I can definitely speak to that because I was actually still at Rutgers when that happened, and I believe that was actually due to Spring Rally was the first time that we actually got anything through the general, like the distribution email list. That was the only way that they would do it. Like, we had tried for years and it never worked, but we said, hey, we really need to win this competition, and they got it to work. I wasn't a part of that during that, but it was crazy seeing it in my inbox. I was like, who sent this to me? Like, this has to be fake. Do you think they could do anything with cooking? Anything that students might be able to do, some sort of cook-off, and there could be some sponsorship there?
Oh,
cooking stream?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Oh my gosh, I feel like TikTok is like almost exclusively cooking videos now. It went from like all dancing to all food in the quarantine. At least that's what my algorithm is showing me, which is probably saying more about me than TikTok. But yeah, I think there's definitely some crossover there. I mean, there's campus eats. That's where it's at, man.
As a reminder, Corsair is the proud parent family of Elgato streaming equipment. So, your lifestyle can be put online through Corsair.
I would love to see like a collaboration where you took a bunch of Corsair products to showcase like how to glam up your Hot Pocket or glam up your like Jimmy Dean's. And then how do you do that at home, especially with COVID and everyone's starting to host these online events. This would be phenomenal.
We actually do Friday mornings with Andy is our company-wide Friday morning meeting, where Andy will give you a list of ingredients and teach you how to cook something Friday morning at 8 a.m. before the workday starts. He's our CEO of Corsair, founder. So we're working on it. Proof of concept first.
8 a.m. is so early for gamers, but I'm down. That's awesome.
That's amazing. And if you're interested, like Eugenia mentioned, they're taking resumes. So if that's anything that you're interested in taking a look and checking out, definitely feel free. We have about 10 minutes left here. I'm kind of gonna give the floor back to you guys for these last 10 minutes and try to see if there's anything you guys might maybe want to give to the audience in terms of either any last piece of advice for students that are kind of navigating through this weird COVID-19 era of education, and any advice that you might have for either their student orgs or just getting through college, as well as any closing remarks you might have, either in terms of anything you want to plug where people can reach out to you. But yeah, that's sort of the time we have left, so I'll kind of open the floor up for you guys for the next 10 minutes and have you guys go at it. Who's that hand to?
Oh, just whoever. Ladies first.
Elders first.
Oh God.
Oh, age before
Bro.
beauty.
All right. Well, I'm an old lady. That's cool. I have no shame in that. I'd say, a message around kind of where, I think a lot of it depends on what year you are in school right now. I really feel for the folks that are juniors and seniors, whether you're being called back from study abroad or missing out on your final semester at school. I have to imagine that the emotional implications of that are very, very traumatic. But what I'd like to remind people, and I think that I suffered from this as a college student, where I think a lot of people are very high overachieving individuals. And I think that we are really tough on ourselves. And I think that sometimes we can feel paralyzed by the choices we have to make because they feel like they're permanent. And I just want to say to people that they're not. You can have a lot of different careers. I was a food person for a very long time and never, ever in a million years would have thought that I would have a career in esports, and here I am, and I'm loving every second of it. My brain has grown 1,000 times larger in the last 15 months than I think maybe ever, and I'm very thankful for that. But I'd say that wasn't part of my plan, and it wasn't kind of a linear way to get here. And I think that it's okay that not everything you do is in this upward trajectory, and that it's pitch perfect and it follows exactly the plan that you had set out. It's okay that there are bumps in the road, and maybe you have to spend a semester at home, or you didn't get the internship you wanted was canceled, or whatever it was. It's gonna be okay. Life is long. You're gonna be good.
Inspiring words from Kai. Okay.
I don't really know how we followed that, but so this is why I said she should go first, because I have so much respect, and she gives so much perspective, which I actually also didn't finish my spring semester on campus my senior year. So while that was a personal choice I made, I chose to start working early and finish online. You guys had that choice taken from you, which I'm sure feels like you're being robbed a little bit of the best semester of your college years. So I really feel for you guys there who to not have been able to be allowed to make that decision. But you're going to hear over the next couple of months a lot of things that make you think that you feel like you've been screwed over. There are no jobs. People are getting laid off left and right. But the reality is that for most students, they spend 9 months looking for a job in their industry, applying to over 100 roles and being interviewed for less than 10. And spend 3 months during that interview process doing on-sites, getting all the paperwork ready before they actually start at a job within their major. So unless you're a coding engineering student who's had your job lined up since your last junior year internship, the reality is that you might have to look for a really long time, and that it's totally okay to work at the supermarket. I worked at a Starbucks. That's all valid to keep yourself sane, busy, and relevant while you look for a job. And there are a lot of industries that haven't been affected. In fact, there are tons of companies who have been booming with business and have not even, thought about layoffs. They're in fact adding additional roles. I know in the last panel, Riot with Valorant coming out, EG in the last panel with Sabrina. They're hiring a bunch of community managers right now. Corsair is still hiring. Our internship program is all moving digital because we make streaming products and computer products. So if we can't trust our employees to work from home and be active and do well, how can we believe that any of our customers can? So recognize that, there are tons of spaces where you can find jobs, where you can have your role. You just got to look for it and stay positive and remember that, it's going to be a grind for everyone.
Yeah, I completely agree. Again, I want to third these sentiments. The idea that there's you have to get a job in gaming or esports right out of college is definitely not one that I followed. Right, I left gaming and esports, and I went to go work for Kohl's, and then realized that I didn't like retail, and I went to work for Panda Express, and then realized that it's basically just retail but with free food. And then I wanted to get back into gaming. Took a year for me, I think, and it was a lot of self-discovery and realizing that this is something that I really love and I'm really passionate about and that I'm willing to work for, but it's going to take some time and it's going to take a lot of effort to, start out really small. Do go to, when events come back or even host online events, do get that experience by volunteering, right? Do, put your name out there, build your brand, provide value to whoever you're working with. And then eventually, with enough connections and with enough people, I'm sure you're going to get there. It's the people that, like they mentioned in the last panel, that just kind of want to do anything in esports and are willing to do anything. That's the wrong way of going about it. You have to be able to understand like what you want to do and then why you want to do it. If you can't answer those two basic questions, then you're much more likely to fail.
Fantastic. I think we just crammed an insane amount of wisdom into 7 minutes. So thank you guys all for hustling through and joining me for this partnerships panel. This is where we're going to wrap it up for today. You can find all three of them, I believe, on Twitter. If you go to the Andbox Twitter, we're highlighting all these panels, so all of their social handles should be there. Make sure you check out, I believe, Eugenia, you also have a Corsair Discord. Dom has the NVIDIA GeForce Student Discord. And Kai, I'm assuming you'll be hanging around in the Andbox Discord. Speaking of the Andbox Discord, some of these guys will be stopping by in that Discord immediately after this within the game day panel section, not only to answer questions that you might have, but also to review/roast any partnership decks or materials that you might have on hand that you might want to have someone from the industry take a look at. All of this will be happening in the Overflow voice channel, so if you're interested, make sure to stop by, drop your partnership decks in there for review, and until next time, we'll be right back with the next panel, which is about building communities from 0 to 100. Catch you all later.
Awesome.
And I can do all things. I can do all things. Yeah, I can do all things. Yeah, we came a long way. And that's what the song say. And I can do all things. And I can do all things. And I can do all things. Yeah, we came a long way. And that's what the song say. And I can do all things. I can do all things. I can do all things. Yeah, we came a long way. And that's what the song say. And I can do all things. I can do all things. I can do all things. Yeah. Shout to the city that raised me. Shout to the people that made me. I'm from the 80s. I don't think mumbling wavy. I grew up black on a Jay-Z. Maybe I'm crazy. I ain't been wondering lately. Feel like it's there for the taking. Feel like I'm good with the changes. Know who I am. And that's the most dangerous statement. Yeah. We came a long way. And that's what the song say. And I can do all things. I can do all things. Yeah, I can do all things. Yeah. We came a long way. And that's what the song say. And I can do all things. I can do all things. I can do all things, yeah, we came a long way, and that's what the song say, and I can do all things, I can do all things, I can do all things, yeah, we came a long way, and that's what the song say, and I can do all things, I can do all things, man, I can do all things, yeah, I check the scoreboard, know what I'm good for, when I check the scoreboard, man, I'm thinking 2-4, man, that's what I'm good for, yeah, when I check the scoreboard, I know what I'm good for, when I check the scoreboard, man, I think I'm 2-4, and I know what I'm good for, yeah, cause we came a long way, and that's what the song say, and I can do all things, I can do all things, yeah, I can do all things, yeah, we came a long way, and that's what the song say, and I can do all things, I can do all things, I can do all things, yeah, we came a long way, and that's what the song say, and I can do all things, I can do all things, I can do all things, yeah, we came a long way, and that's what the song say, and I can do all things, I can do all things, man, I can do all things, yeah.
don't always get to choose in this life, win and lose in this life. But I'ma prove in this life, we can move in this life. Can't change up, my team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, yeah. Is everyone down for the mission? Everyone down for the mission? Is everyone down for the mission? We had a dream and we'll get it. We had a dream and we'll get it. Can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, yeah. Do you believe in who's next to you, even when doubt has been tested? Yeah. Do you keep an S on your chest? Do you think somebody will rescue you? Yeah. Well, I learned a lesson and I wanna spread it. I promise this one is recession proof. Get a team you respect, keep your cards near your chest, and that's how you'll make it through. Can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, yeah. Is everyone down for the mission? Everyone down for the mission? Is everyone down for the mission? We had a dream and we'll get it. We had a dream and we'll get it. Can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, yeah. Can't stop, won't stop. My squad on top. Day one wristwatch. Our time, just watch. We're back in the building, just standing in lockers. I look to my left, there's a Pippin. I look to my right, it's a Robin. I promise y'all no one will stop us, and no one will stop us. Can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Andbox Game Day Esports panel series. We've already had a ton of programming go today, and we're just still going to keep on trucking, going all the way from now until midnight Eastern or 9 p.m. Pacific for all of you guys on the West Coast. If you have any questions you would like to ask during this panel series, feel free to drop by in the Andbox Discord. We have a Game Day panel section where you can throw your questions in. We have text channels there specifically for you to drop them in, as well as an overflow area if we don't get to your questions, because some of these panelists after this panel will be jumping in and hanging out with you in Discord to answer more questions from you, the community. We're kicking things off again today with the third panel of the day, which is called Laying the Foundations, Creating a Gaming Community That Will Last Generations. Joining me are three absolute living legends of community building: Kevin He, Miranda Chor, and Richard Ng. Folks, between these three, we have way too much community building experience. This panel honestly shouldn't even be allowed. I shouldn't be allowed to be here. But just kicking it off with my man Kevin He, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do, what your involvement was within Collegiate Esports, and lastly, just what you've been up to, sort of staying at home and quarantining like all the rest of us. I think we might be having a little bit of audio issues from Kevin, so Miranda, kick it off. Let's go.
Sure. Hi, my name's Miranda Chor. I am the former president or executive director of the University of Utah's Esports Gaming Club, Crimson Gaming. I was also an NVIDIA ambassador, similar to Jonathan, who was on the first panel. And I guess during quarantine, to stay sane, I've just been playing a lot of video games, as probably everybody else here. A lot of League of Legends and Animal Crossing. A lot of crafts, like painting, drawing, and a lot of reading.
That sounds like way more than I'm doing. Like, I'm honestly just sitting in front of my computer and like learning to cut my own hair like once every 3 weeks. That's kind of just like the only things that I've been doing. Rich, tell us a little bit about yourself and what have you been up to, man?
Hey, I'm Rich Ng. I'm the founder of 5 Deadly Venoms, Toronto Alpha Flight. I am currently the creative director and head of strategy for Revival. Quarantine has been interesting. I'm up here in Toronto. So I've started placing these guys all over my apartment, and I've basically tried to recreate as many social situations as possible, like going to the grocery store, going to a pharmacy, visiting a bar, and I basically go through and I have full conversations now with like a variety of shapes and sizes of root beer. So I guess you could say I'm not doing that well. I'm just kidding. No, actually, things are all right. I'm just in the middle of a move, so I apologize for the insane background that you're seeing right now. But all in all, hey, it's what it is, right? Ain't nothing tougher than what's going on in New York, so I'm not going to complain.
So what you're saying is you and root beer are essentially building a community within your house.
Oh, there is a community. I have multiple root beers of multiple sizes and generations. It's disturbing.
That's kind of nuts. That's actually kind of crazy. I think I have like one Geico Gecko plushie from PAX East over here, but that's about it. I believe we may have Kevin He back in the building. Not 100% sure, but let's see if we might be able to get a little bit from him on what he's been doing and what he's been up to. Maybe not. Cool. So, we're gonna do it live. We're just gonna keep rolling because that's what we're doing over here. But got a lot of questions to go through. Definitely.
Yeah, I might have like 5-second delay.
He is alive. We can confirm that.
Can you hear me, David?
We can hear you. The stream can also hear you. Are you? He has just left the call. I'm giving you guys all play-by-play as we run through this. Please bear with us as we run through.
This is the time for bootstrap content, man. There's no shame in anything that we're doing, so it's all good.
This COVID-19 is making us do some weird stuff, but we're here to do it for the people, for the community. Awesome. So, as we're kind of waiting for Kevin to jump back on, I believe we're trying another solution right now. Let's kick it off with the first question. So let's kind of start off with the basics. The word community gets thrown around a lot, especially in Collegiate, but the definition of the word varies as well, depending on who you ask. Google says that the definition of a community is a group of people living in the same place or having a particular characteristic in common. Miranda, I'm actually going to start this one off with you. What exactly does the word community mean to you?
Sure. To me, a community is a group of people who we help bring together who share an interest in, specifically for us, gaming of any sort. So that includes PC, console, board games. Mobile is a little questionable.
Hey man, I play mobile games.
Jokes. And of course, like any race, gender, age, faith, anybody who is around locally and has a tie towards your club and wants to be a part of your community is anybody who is active and a part of what you do.
Awesome. I think that's a very overarching, comprehensive answer. Rich, you have anything else you want to jump in with on that end?
Yeah. You know what's funny? Community, it's always been an interesting term, at least for me. My background is ad agencies, marketing, and brand. I've always found that community is funny because it's almost used pejoratively by a lot of people in the space. Like if you're in a market and you're like, I'm part of the community team, they kind of look down at you. But to me, it's just all the community is the relevant audience that you are trying to both identify, then cultivate, and then engage with. And that's it, but it's kind of funny. I've always felt that word community is it's just one that ends up softening our position all the time. People think it just means we do like bake sales and stuff, really soft stuff, but that's really it. It's the market that we're trying to hit, and we're trying to find a genuine way to do it.
No, for sure. And I think something that you bring that's really interesting, Rich, to this panel is specifically the Overwatch League fan organizations that you've helped found and run across both New York as well as Toronto. So I know there's also definitely going to be a lot of your fan groups also supporting in the chat right now. But for everyone else that's they're spamming. Okay, I haven't checked there. I'm assuming they're spamming. But for everyone else that here they're coming from a student organization background, I guess can you tell us a little bit about what exactly Five Deadly Venoms and Toronto Alpha Flight really are about? And maybe how it's similar to what you've seen in Collegiate.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when it comes to Collegiate, I'm a big fan. The very first Collegiate jersey I actually got was a Carlton Ravens one. It was gifted to me by Fitzy, so props to the Ravens. You won yourself a big fan by giving me stuff. But
Shout
truth
out
be
to
told,
Fitzy.
I was actually originally a Cy Bears fan in New York, so sorry, that's where my heart lies when it comes to Collegiate. But 5 Deadly Venoms, you know, it's a funny thing, right? It all came about because I was just trying to get back into the scene. But here's the truth, right? When you're pushing 40, you're old enough to not actually exist on any market target, so I never got any information. The last time I built a PC for gaming, the stand prior to the one I have, the graphic standard was AGP4X. So that should tell you something about my time in gaming. But what 5 Deadly Venoms is, for the simplest way to describe it, it was a response to the fact that I saw esports as almost being like Formula One, where we are largely cheering on corporate bodies and entities, but there's not a lot of reflection of genuine local culture. And given that Overwatch League wanted to speak to localized patterns of behavior and interest, basically what I did was I ported over what was the UK soccer supporter scene, which was you would bring a group of people together, you give yourself a name, and you represent the block or the neighborhood that you come from, and then you design it to be a community trust. And 5 Deadly Venoms was just focused on, basically focusing on community, charity, and love for New York, right? And it was through those pillars that we basically created a movement where people would come together to watch the games together, because I was never really a fan of the disconnected way people engaged with esports. I mean, everyone just says you watch it on a phone, but where's the fun in that? You can't, I mean, it's fun for me to scream at my phone, but it's way more fun to scream at a TV with 100 other people at Waypoint Cafe. And that was really it. It was just trying to create a natural connection between fandom and social capital building, and then attach that back to esports, because it's an area that I feel that the industry has been lacking in general.
No, I think there's so many connections to what you just said to the collegiate scene, and sort of how it finds its ties within the local community, and sort of building from an audience that is already coming together through a mutual love of gaming, building a passion for their local area, and sort of cheering on the people within their community to go on and do amazing things. I think, Rich, actually the first time I met you was at, the 4040 Club in New York City, when
right
there was
on, man. That's when
there
I
was
had
a New York
like
Excel event, and you guys were just rampaging.
40 Club.
cheering.
I mean, I don't want to talk about the way that game ended, because that would have been, let's not talk about how that ended at the 40.
Oh, right, we're on an Andbox stream. We don't talk about that.
It's okay. I can admit I shed a manly tear that day. But yeah, that's where we, that's a perfect example, right? I've always seen fandom is a funny thing in esports, right? Because we are fundamentally dealing with an industry that is a one-way consumptive model of fandom. It's basically designed to encourage you to be like, to show you're a fan, buy our stuff, buy our tokens, do stuff for us. It's basically a hyper-consumptive, and it's almost like a Gramscian or post-Marxist nightmare, right? When it comes down to how we try to share our love of something. But what's always been funny is I've always felt that, like, supporter clubs, because they're fundamentally community trusts and they're almost always grounded in local civics and charity, it's basically the opposite of what most large organizations want, because it creates a connection to the market that they want to tap into, and they can't monetize it. So it kind of sucks for them, but the truth is it's actually what's needed, right? I'm in Toronto. I mean, I'm not a Leafs fan, but if I was, I mean, the concept of Leafs Nation is nothing more than a mailing list, right? But you will find generational Maple Leaf fans and like families, and it is the most powerful thing you will see. And not just because they're sad because the Leafs haven't won the Cup since '67. It's more that the team has come to represent the stories of that family. There are tangible touch points to the team and that family's history and that person's history and their legacy. And when you get that, that's actually what fandom, and that's actually what all of this culture is supposed to build, right? Whereas on the esports side, we always tend to kind of self-satisfy with the fact that we sold a lot of tokens to buy skins for a team, or we used a hashtag, or we sent in a video clip, but that stuff's hollow and it doesn't last, right? So, like, I suppose you could say supporter clubs were my way of kind of having a little bit of a punk counterculture angle to the way we get to engage in the world of esports.
No, and it's definitely been crazy, and sort of the cross connect between from what I've seen on the 5 Deadly Venom side in New York, as well as the collegiate organizations that have come sort of rallied around their local Overwatch League franchise. A lot of that energy, it's the same passion that a lot of them are sort of seeing from that end.
Yeah, it's been an amazing
yeah.
thing to see the, you'll find, 5DV and Alpha Flight aren't the only ones. I mean, there are a ton of supporter clubs all around the league now. I mean, we might have been the first, but it has been extended incredibly. If you want to see a great example, actually, of community engagement, especially that's a public-private partnership, check out Rooster Club, Paris Eternal Supporter Club. Absolutely incredible work, and they do everything out of the Vitality venue, Vitality offices. So it just shows you how big this can actually get.
No, for sure. I think that's one thing for all the students sort of tuning in, just understanding that your community really does have power, and a lot of that is sort of finding the best way to tell other people about the power of your community and sort of to be able to hype them up and to also be able to channel that into something that can really build something that's really amazing. And so to kind of touch on that in a different lens, it's often hard to explain, especially from a business perspective, what the power of community really is. Rich, I kind of want to tap you again on this, sort of from your data analytics and marketing background, bringing it into esports. But from your perspective, and Miranda, feel free to chime in as well. How important is community to an industry like esports and gaming, and why should businesses pay attention to it and invest resources into growing communities when they could be investing resources into so many other things?
Sure. So I guess, and I'll try to couch the language a bit so it doesn't get too jargony on the business side. So the value of community, or I guess you could say organic audience development, that's what the people in marketing, brand, PR, comms, and VCs will call it. The benefit is it allows you to create a consistent base that you can then use to activate an infinite number of things, right? A lot of the factors that people will be focusing on when it comes to an audience, right, is your cost of acquisition, your cost of retention, and your ability to convert the behaviors or convert the actions of those people into some kind of measurable benefit, be it a view, a purchase of an item, or whatever else. But the real value at its core is that if you cultivate an audience properly, that audience will ultimately represent the culture and the brand and the look and the feel that you as a team or a corporation were historically having to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to produce. So in context, I would say the value of community is that you have a very, very efficient way of, one, doing the right thing for a localized audience or an audience in that you speak to and listen to them, right? People always like that when you're, treated with general respect and dignity. But two, it actually increases the efficiency of your work because, we call it earned media in the public relations sphere, like what they'll say themselves after the fact, after a campaign is done. They will carry on those stories for you, whereas the traditional way of pumping in that kind of message is that people have to dump like $50,000 per post on an influencer, which is hit and gone, in 30 hours. So the value in the end is that you actually create the market that will eventually bring people in organically, and you don't have to do a thing other than support it. And that's it.
Well, that's a very interesting take on it. And I think that's something that's interesting, especially from a collegiate standpoint, to be able to sort of frame it in that mindset, especially I think the term you use, audience development. That's definitely a really good synonym. Miranda, from your perspective, sort of building out your organization and sort of going out and sort of telling people about it, what's your kind of like lens on this from a business perspective and pitching to other people?
Yeah, from a collegiate aspect, along with working with businesses and sponsors and things like that, community really is everything, and especially from a business standpoint, that's what they're going to be looking at when they look at your club or look at your community that you're fostering on campus. It's what makes esports and gaming fun and impactful, but it's also really nuanced and unstable because the market is constantly changing. Game lifespans and interests are purely decided by the community, so you need to always be on your toes and ready to flip and change and cater to the needs and wants of your individual community. And I think showing that you are capable and able to do that is really valuable on the business side to any potential sponsors or businesses in general. And it really looks different for everyone and every club, but figuring out the best fit for your individual community is what's going to help your community thrive and allow it to continue to grow.
feel like Miranda might have just burned through like half the questions I was going to ask with that one response, but appreciate it. We'll keep running. We'll keep making it work. But
David, can you hear me?
Yes. Is that Kevin?
Okay, cool. I finally got it to work. Sorry.
Well, everyone, it seems like we have a bit of a guest appearance coming in this panel. A fantastic man that goes by the name of Kevin He. You'll be able to see his nice portrait on stream, but he won't be jumping on with video for us. But Kevin, now that you're here, do you want to give us a little bit of insight on sort of who you are, what you've done in the past, and just sort of how are you holding up right now, man?
Yeah, sorry for the late join in. So Discord hasn't been working at my house for a while, and my house, because it's in like a new area, has no phone signal. So I had to drive down the street and then get on my phone. And now I'm just kind of standing out in the open, and hopefully no one walks by and mugs me.
Awesome.
But yeah,
Or touches
my name's
you.
Kevin. God, how do I start? So I'm currently working as a product designer at a startup called Rallycry. It's pretty new. We haven't really announced what we're doing yet. Sorry for the cars driving by. But we have a 1.2 million seed round from some really cool investors like Mark Merrill from Riot Games, and Mike Morheim and Amy Morheim from Blizzard, and Kevin Lin from formerly Twitch. So really excited to be working on that. But before that, I was the product manager of the chapter program at TESPA for about 5-ish years. And then before that, I was a Blizzard intern for 2 years. And then before that, I helped found the gaming club at UC San Diego. So I've kind of gone through the whole gauntlet from a college gaming perspective. So happy to talk about anything, whether it's design or product management or college or what my favorite anime is. Feel free to ask away.
Make sure you ask about the anime. That's the one that he's really passionate about. But before we get going, can we get some pogs in chat for Kevin, not only for his impressive track record, but also driving out of his house during this time to find phone signal to be with us? I think that's a sick one. So definitely make sure you give this man a couple shout outs in the chat. Kevin, now that you're here, now that we have you, I do want to kind of circle back to one of the questions that we had touched on before, just to get your thoughts really quickly. I'll keep it brief. What does community mean to you?
Yeah, good question. I think community is a pretty vague term, but I think the core concept is that for anything to really thrive, you really need supporters who will continue to give feedback on what you're doing, who will be kind of early adopters of what you're doing, and to just make sure that whatever experience you're trying to create is enjoyable for everyone. I think obviously there's experiences that are meant to be like single player or kind of like solo experiences, but most things, I think, humans are very social creatures, and we all like to do things and share things with other people that have similar interests. So to me, that's what community means. I think obviously it's it's applied differently to everything from the gaming industry to the tech industry to what it means for your personal life. But I think the core concept is that things are more fun when they are shared with others.
Awesome. No, that's absolutely amazing. Appreciate the insight. Awesome. So we've kind of established, based off all these guys' responses, what a community is. Let's talk a little bit about how to actually make one. From my experience in Collegiate, back when I was a chapter leader, back when I was running events with all the other students, I think a term that got thrown around a lot was that communities, especially in Collegiate, live and die based on their leader. But on the other hand, I think what's really important is that it takes more than one person to build a community. It takes more than one person it takes a village to raise a child. I think that's the term as well. Miranda, can you tell us a little bit about what type of people you look for whenever you're trying to build a strong community?
Yeah, sure. Besides like commonalities of a leader in any type of industry, I specifically look for leaders who are really passionate about gaming and the gaming space and are able to really project that into their work efforts. I think being really personable and genuine really shows, and the community can tell when their leaders are genuine about the work that they're doing. And I think servant leadership, leading to specifically serve your community, is a really big tell of a great leader over a good leader. And someone who can listen but can take on a task and elevate it independently is also someone that I strongly would like to work with.
No, that's amazing. I think one of the words that you highlighted just there, terms you highlighted, servant leadership, is one that I always go back to again and again when it comes down to people that you really respect and you really want to not only build communities with, but also people that you want to work with on a day-to-day basis and people that you really want to be friends with, because you know these types of people are reliable and really understand what needs to be done in order to make something great. Kevin, I also wanted to bring this back to you as well. Since you've had a hand in not only building communities back when you were in college, but also managing a ton of other collegiate communities during your time at TESPA, what type of people do you look for or succeed the most when they're trying to build a strong community?
Yeah, I get asked this question a lot. I think in my time at TESPA, I saw a lot of trends. Obviously, the types of leaders and types of clubs, structures and programs and stuff that tended to be more successful. But not to kind of sidestep the question, but I really think the most important factor that I've seen universally across successful leaders is that they're really just kind of out there to have a good time. I know that kind of sounds like an unprofessional answer, and obviously it's a lot of really hard work to take something from 0 to 100, and obviously having fun is not everything, but I think all leaders who have been very successful have a very deeply rooted passion for whatever it is that they're trying to build, and I think that's something that's really difficult to fake. And I think no matter how much hard work you try to put into wanting to build something, if you're not inherently passionate about what it is you're trying to build, I think you'll most likely burn out somewhere along the way. So really, when I give advice to newer leaders, I think the best advice I can give is just try to build stuff that you and your team really care about and are going to have fun doing, without thinking too much about I guess what is the optimal min-max build for your club. And I think everything else along the way will kind of fall into place as long as you're having a good time every single day that you're building that thing.
Awesome. No, I think that's an amazing call. I think a lot of us here, sometimes we get, I don't know about you, Rich, but I come from a pretty business-like perspective as well, and a lot of it's like, how do we min-max this? How do we build this from 0 to 100? But Kevin's really laying it in on us that a lot of the times it's not about that. It's about the communities that we're building and the memories.
I would say the most important thing I've always looked for is people who, you can figure this out very quickly. It's people who genuinely care about what it is that they're doing and not where it's going to get them to. It's very easy to identify people who are seeing something as simply being a functional step to achieving something. The thing I've always typically looked for, especially when it comes to community builds, is just avoid those people who will eventually use the platform that they have to just be sanctimonious and bland, right? Because that does happen a lot. A lot of people will wield a position or they'll wield an authority and just simply use it to achieve a goal for themselves personally. And it's really easy to figure that out. So I always say, whenever with 5DV, a good example is, I've always been proud of the way we built up things. Tiffany Chang, Curio Queen, she's the GM of 5DV now. I'm kind of like emeritus these days. And if you take a look at her leadership style, it is to just work the ideas in the room, have everyone focus on what it is that they want to do, and then just go with it, right? And there's a certain level of selfless fearlessness that you have to have when it comes to being a good leader, because you have to not actually care what people think. Well, and I don't mean that like in terms of interpersonal relationships. I mean, some things are going to fail, and that's okay. You just have to make sure that the people in those roles can dream insanely big. And that was always our mantra at 5DV. I was like, get bigger, just get bigger. What's the most insane idea you can have, and then figure the rest out.
Oh, that's amazing. I think a lot of it is those little steps where it's okay to take a couple steps back sometimes, because it means that well, you've learned, and there's other opportunities for you to get better and get good, as Dan Lee would say. Later down the line. I think something else that I kind of wanted to touch on briefly was kind of some of the resources, I guess, that kind of go into building a community, and which ones of these you guys feel like are really the most important. Because I think, especially at the collegiate level, a lot of times, a lot of the worries are, hey, we don't have a lot of money, or hey, we don't have a lot of administration, higher level support. How do we build a community in that sense? Rich, I know you come from of the fan clubs, but sort of in your opinion, which ones of these physical resources are actually necessary for success beyond just, oh, we could have more money, or we could have more support?
I would say, and I guess this speaks a little bit to the previous panel you had. Biggest resource is some knowledge and experience around negotiations and partnerships. I have a general rule for all groups that I've run. I never pay for the venue, and I never will pay for a venue. But I'm also never going to ask someone for a percentage of sales on the drinks or the food. But I will make sure something works. And what that means is there's a certain knowledge and experience that's really useful that tends to be kept from a lot of youth. It's one thing that I've, again, it's a problem, especially, look, I know a lot of the folks watching tonight are, your college age students, or recent grads. A lot of information is kept from you, and that's done so purposefully because it keeps you subservient, right, to the ideas and the initiatives of people who have had more time in industry. But one of the things that has been really useful to build communities, especially when it comes down to like events, meetups, and building brand, launching apparel, etc., and we do the same thing with Revival. It's that there's a lot of old world, like kind of old school fidelity that you have to apply to it, and it's one of those cases where it means that the work you want to pull off can be done with much less effort, right? So it just means take time to find people like Gino at Waypoint, or Adam Mintz at Invictus Game Station in Toronto, right? Because it meant that now we have a venue that's willing to let us go in, give people discounts, and we've never paid a penny for the venues, and that's like unheard of for meetups, but it's not impossible to do as long as you know how to start that conversation.
That's amazing. And as a quick plug, we will have VODs for the partnership and all of the panels after this, so you guys can go check that out and learn a little bit more about partnerships. Yep. A little shameless plug. Miranda or Kevin, either of you want to kind of jump in here and talk a little bit about, especially on a collegiate level, what types of resources besides that money and that support could be needed?
I can hop in on what Rich was saying. I think the core of what Rich just explained was definitely going out and creating those opportunities for yourself and your club. Having a creative mindset and knowing how to utilize what resources you do have. Coming from a collegiate background and not having a lot to work with, sometimes it's really frustrating and you feel like you really don't have any opportunities or anything that you can do concerning event space. But figuring out a solution for that is that's the goal and the orientation of your mind that you should always have prepared going into solving this a problem and finding a solution. So for example, if you are looking for an event space for a viewing party, what stops you from reaching out to your local movie, Megaplex movie theater, and having them sit down with you and discuss the advantages that it could have for them along with your club? So, discussing payment for that. Or, for example, we had recently a LAN with 17 teams, and we didn't have enough computers for all the teams to compete at once. So rather than trying to figure out, how can we get more computers, flip it, find a different solution. So since you can only have 4 teams playing at once instead, how about we find a way to fill the downtime instead? We created a League of Legends halftime game show where we had event attendees play Guess That Champion and ask how much certain in-game items cost. Just don't get your mind stuck on one single problem and a single solution to that problem. Sit down with your leaders and try to get really creative. Think of how you could solve it in a different way, or reach out to people who can help you, I think is one of the biggest suggestions I would give.
not having money does cause people to be very creative. You said it was a halftime League of Legends programming.
Like a game show. Yeah.
Okay. Streamed on Twitch, prizes, the whole shebang.
Almost. Yeah, we had prizes. Everybody got to compete on their phones for the teams who were playing. So you know that might create another issue. Not everybody gets to be involved. So we just created 2 separate game shows and hosted them at different times throughout the day.
Absolutely fantastic. That's the type of creativity I think that when you have a lot of money and like you have a lot of support, like sometimes you'll just get into doing the same things over and over, but sometimes you just have to get creative with it. Kevin, anything that you wanted to kind of jump in on in that perspective?
Yeah. So I think really good call outs. I think knowing your worth is really important. I think one thing that I've often recommended to new college leaders or just anyone looking to get into the space in general as a resource is to find mentorship. I think mentorship is probably the most universally versatile resource because a mentor can fill in the gaps everywhere that you have gaps. So for some people, that gap is business knowledge, like we mentioned. For some people, maybe it's technical expertise or maybe just a source of comfort or confidence. But I think finding mentors that are willing to guide you through the difficult steps, to remind you and be honest with you when you're making mistakes, or to help you celebrate your successes is one of the best ways to take something very, very far. They can make sure that you don't have to reinvent the wheel, and very often will have the network and the connections that most leaders will have to leverage eventually when they want to really scale out their community. So yeah, I think mentorship's really good. I think that's why certain like organizations and networks like TESPA or any of the other larger collegiate networks or any network at all, like whether it's an alumni network or a social network. I think that's why a lot of the members of those networks join those networks, is so that they can find both peers and mentors that can help guide them through challenging situations. So that would be my advice: is mentorship. If you can find a good mentor, I think it'll get you very far.
Knowledge is absolutely power. Kevin's just dropping knowledge bombs on us. He came in late, but he's just dropping them in. Awesome. So we've talked a bit about building a community, but I think next up, what we need to kind of touch on is how to keep a community together. With more and more people, there are more opinions, more chances that people aren't really going to agree with each other. Kevin, I'm going to throw this one right back at you. From your time at TG and then at TESPA, sort of helping build these communities across the United States and Canada, what, in your opinion, is most important for balancing the needs of so many people involved in a community?
Yeah, that's a really good and challenging question. I don't know. I might have a kind of like a hot take for this one that I don't know that everyone will agree with. But I think, this will only be applicable to some people because I think it really matters based on the scale of your community. But I think for my experience, I think what really helped was, I guess, not caring or not investing heavily into trying to convince people who don't believe in your vision to be a part of your community, and really focusing on establishing a clear vision ahead of time so that you can be confident that as long as you're sticking to your guns and what you believe in, then most of the members of your community are probably there because they believe in the same thing. And so you don't really have to stress out about whether or not you're making the right decisions as long as you have the right values in mind. And I don't think that will always apply because there are some situations where you have to grow a community that is focused on like scale. And in those situations, you have to find ways to appeal to people of all shapes and sizes and opinions and perspectives. And that is very challenging. I completely agree. And there's a whole nother approach for businesses and communities that want to do that. But I think that for most community leaders, if you're not super focused on reaching some type of quantitative size, I think you can really benefit by almost being selective about where you decide to spend or invest your time. And I do think it's always more effective to focus on your strengths than to try to round out your weaknesses. So that's kind of my take on that one.
Kevin's out here spitting hot takes. Miranda, I actually saw you were nodding a lot during those hot takes. What's your opinion on sort of where this all lies?
Yeah, like Kevin said, I think that foundation with goals for your organization is definitely key, so that you keep true to your brand and your org and the goals that you set out to accomplish when you first started your club. I guess some extra suggestions that I have on top of this for how to kind of figure out like what your community wants and how to get that feedback is like asking your community. That seems really straightforward, but I think a lot of clubs fail to do that. Just asking community and figuring out their target market, their primary demographic, and what they're looking for from your organization. So as an example, we have a suggestion box that are opening. So it's an online Google form for suggestions after all of our events. We always ask after every single event in those forums, like, what can we do better? Did you like the event location? Were there issues with parking? And, they can give us back any feedback, like, so that our future events will be better. So they can tell us, the location was a little bit difficult to find. Great, so next time we'll choose an easier location, or perhaps create better maps and resources for them to find a location. Or if they say, like, why did you guys choose Little Caesars for lunch when Chick-fil-A is definitely it at our last event?
The big pieces of feedback.
We can...
Those are the big pieces.
Yes, lunch and food for sure. We can really cater it so that we can promise our community next time, we're still taking into consideration your feedback, and with the resources we have available, we're going to try to continue to grow and improve our club, so that the community members who are part of it, you who are, giving us these feedbacks, will enjoy our next event and continue to be a part of a community that will continue to improve itself.
No, for sure. I definitely think that's super valuable to point out that, like, at the end of the day, a lot of this is about communication, and that at times there is going to be some form of conflict. Like something as inclusive as gaming isn't always fun. And I think, like, there's a bit of an elephant in the room whenever you're talking about community that I kind of want to try to address here. And that's sort of that drama and toxicity that can pop up when you're building these communities. It's the spicy stuff, but it's also the rough stuff, the stuff that could potentially tear down a community. Miranda, I know you just finished your response, but I'm going to throw this one right back at you. Can you walk us through sort of how you deal with toxicity in your community and how you've managed it in the past?
Me?
Yeah.
Toxicity and drama in my perfect community? No, I have never had to file a police report no more than 2 times. Yeah, drama and toxicity are something that definitely will pop up. So, in my opinion, the way to handle that is getting ahead and being prepared with best ways to mitigate the issues that can pop up within a community. Make sure you outline all the steps and be thorough with how you're going to handle a situation when it pops up. So developing a game plan for conflicts that occur in different scenarios. So is it an in-person event, online social platform? How will it be handled? Who will be handling and addressing the conflict? I think giving the community members a game plan as well, so they know what to expect and how conflict will be handled within our community when it occurs. So be really direct with rules and regulations and what they can do if they experience any conflict, drama, or toxicity when perhaps leaders aren't there to see it happen or handle it when it occurs. Regulation outlines of like unacceptable behavior and the direct disciplinary actions that will follow that action are extremely important to, have laid down before it occurs, and make note and log everything. So what my club does is we create a Google Doc, and we have all the rules and regulations and all the disciplinary actions outlined as best as possible at the beginning of the year. And anytime anything happens, we immediately log it in that document. So we have that there for future reference if anything was to occur. So if someone says something sexist at an event, write it down and log it in the Google Doc. If someone goes on Discord and gives a rant about how Fire Emblem is enabling pedophilia, just an example. Immediately, mute user, screenshot posts, delete comments, and copy paste the regulations and disciplinary actions to that user. So just really being on top of it and ready to go because you would think that, you might think that that type of drama and conflict might not occur within your community, but you'll be surprised by what people will pull up.
Miranda, you have the whole playbook. Are you sure there's no toxicity and
my
anything
club is
in your
perfect.
community?
My club never experiences any type of that stuff.
You have documents ready. You're taking care of everything. I think weren't you an RA as well? Is that where a lot of this comes from as well? Having that like conflict management.
Yeah, I was an RA or a resident advisor at my university as well. So I think that really prepared me for stepping into the role of conflict management. So honestly, I was pretty unfazed by a lot of the stuff that happened when it happened because I've already dealt with bigger things.
Yep.
But I think planning for a bigger level of conflict rather than not having anything ready at all will really mitigate the repercussions of not having that ready already.
Big facts. Miranda, the toxicity resolution expert, ladies and gentlemen, right here. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to her on Discord or Twitter after. Rich, anything you wanted to jump in here with? I know you started off working with a lot of New Yorkers. New Yorkers can be passionate people. They care a lot.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Like I always tell folks, New Yorkers will always sound tough, but they're generally like very kind people, at least within the gaming scene. Like at least you know where they stand. Toronto's what I would say is this. When it comes for conflict resolution, I would say in every avenue that I've operated in, I've had to deal with at least one major case. In both supporter scenes, we've had individual folks who generally did make people at the meetups very uncomfortable. And in those cases, my advice is you as a leader you've just got to address it directly and address it professionally. Just like you don't get into like taking sides, but you really aggressively interrogate the idea. But I've had two cases where I had to tell folks you aren't welcome at the meetups anymore unless this behavior changes, and that's it. And like in the case of Revival, it's tier 2 Overwatch. So I mean, like people love yelling about stuff that they have no experience with, right? And you go through a personnel change, and then all of a sudden you're like, Hitler incarnate, right? But what can I do? In case like that, you just don't respond because what's the point? No one's going to listen to you anyway. What I would say though is when it comes to online communities, when I mod for the Toronto Defiant Discord, there's sort of this ongoing joke where it's like when someone posts something that's like problematic, I always respond, sorry, was too busy hitting the ban hammer. I missed what the problem was, because it doesn't actually matter. And the biggest challenge is this, and this is where everyone gets it wrong, right? There is this belief because, these systems are open and every idea should be valid and there's trial by Twitter and this is wrong. I'm like, hey man, sorry, we got a social contract on this Discord. We really don't have to have everybody here. And that's a tough spot for a lot of people to take in the space because they think you absolutely have to have everyone everywhere fully represented and being open. But the truth is what you really need is people who can be really relatively balanced and generally productive members of whatever the group is that you've got. And if they can't fit that bill, you don't have to be pedantic about it and kind of like talk it down and do this. You can just boot them. Because in the end, you have to really consider that there's a bigger mission, a larger social contract, and effectively like a culture and a socialization pattern that's going on. And it just doesn't benefit from people being dicks or encouraging them or allowing them to be dicks because of a misplaced sense of this concept of democracy of access. Yes, there's democracy of access, but none of these systems are open vote systems. You do have to just follow the rules. But quite frankly, I would just say do everything that Miranda's saying. That's pretty much the by the book way of doing things. Document, track, and have some standards, and then actually follow through with them, and don't be afraid to live by your own code.
Everything just circling back to what Miranda just outlined.
Just clip Miranda's piece. A lot of big organizations could learn from her, and I mean that genuinely. A lot of very large organizations could really learn from that type of thinking.
Absolutely fantastic. Kevin, anything else you want to add to that, or is Miranda's piece all encompassing, everything we need to hear?
Yeah, no, I really agree with Miranda and Rich. I think as the leader of a community, it's your responsibility to be reasonable, and I think you don't want to be like a tyrant, and you want to try to approach every situation with a logical and rational approach. But it's also when you're managing a community, your community members are putting the reason they're a part of your community is because they believe that you can provide something to them. Like, it's always a value exchange, and for most communities, the value exchange that you're providing back to them is a place where they feel safe and welcomed and happy. And so when you compromise the integrity of the entire community by not being selective about what types of attitudes and people you are going to allow to kind of dominate the conversation, I think it's kind of like a from a numerical standpoint, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. So what I'm really trying to say is, yeah, you should be the bad cop for your community when you have to, and I think the people in your community will respect you for it, and if they don't agree with you, then they'll let you know, and that's kind of the social contract that you have made. So yeah, I definitely agree. Like, you want to nip stuff in the bud as soon as possible, and take the moral high ground always, and do what's best for everyone.
And call Miranda.
Miranda, the toxicity consultant.
You're now the consultant for all of us.
Yes, people can hit me up if they have questions.
Twitter, Discord, Facebook, anything. Hit her up. Awesome. Well, thank you guys all for coming in and joining us today. This is about time for us to start wrapping up the community building panel for today. But before we go, wanted to sort of open the floor back up to you guys for the next 6 or 7 or so minutes. Let you guys sort of talk about any parting words you might want to give the audience, any words of advice, just understanding that a lot of students right now are going through the current COVID-19 epidemic, and this is just unprecedented what a lot of students are going through right now, as well as anything additional that you might want to shout out that you or your community are putting on in the near future that's amazing and you really want to talk about. So honestly, the floor is your guys' is to have at it.
And Miranda, you want to start? You've got the best stories.
Sure. I was gonna say, I think with the worldwide pandemic happening, I think this is really, honestly, our collegiate club, gaming clubs' time to shine. Like, we do video games, which fortunately, very fortunately, can be played online and doesn't necessarily have to involve in-person meetups. So this is your time, utilize it. Other clubs on campus can't meet, so this is your time to pick up their club members, hit up their Facebook groups. This is where you get really creative. Don't just do online game nights. That's something that you can do, and that is a great start. But you can get really creative and do other things. Maybe start up. You could do like a podcast or start streaming with your gaming club. Find ways to really engage your community members in different ways that you weren't able to before. So maybe before you didn't have enough bandwidth to do as many online games because you were doing so many in-person games. Now it's time to utilize that and do all the games that you haven't been able to use within your community online. I think the timing is really not very great for anybody right now, and nobody really has a lot of people don't, they have a lot of time on their hands and not a lot else to do. So this is where you can come in and provide that utility for them, and when hopefully things go back to normal, they'll still be a part of your community and be more likely to be involved in person in the future.
Miranda's not only taking out toxic people, but also stealing other organizations' members. Nice, got it.
You gotta utilize everything you can get.
Don't let the face fool you. You got a 100% shark right here, and I'm all for it. You know what I was gonna tell folks is, again, there's a lot of students and a lot of recent grads. You are facing a big challenge. You know, I spoke with, I did a panel here with York Esports and Red Bull Gaming, and I said something along the lines of, you know, the reality of gaming is that you're going to be surrounded by a culture of venture capitalists and investors and big money that will basically tell you, they'll use this really bad line. And I like, if you ever hear this line, be like, Rich said to call your bullshit on this, because they're going to say things like this. How would you like your passion and your career to be the same thing? Do it every day, right? And then they're gonna like offer you a job for like, and then they're gonna ask you to take like a pay cut or take like a really, really low salary rate. And like, if it's a bootstrap organization, go for it. I'm all for it. If they're backed by like $100 million of VC, you can tell them to go fuck themselves. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to swear. I don't swear a lot, but in a case like this, tell them to F off, because what you're actually gonna face is that there's going to be such a severe pressure on you. Because there's going to be a lot of aggressive budgeting that you are going to get pushed to that limit, and you need to really, really think through what you're willing to give up to pursue your dreams and your passions. But my recommendation to people, and it sounds crazy, is this: do not make your career your primary outlet for your passion. Don't make it the way you define how you express yourself, because you will burn yourself out doing that, because you won't know where to draw the line between who you are and what the work is. And you know, I mentioned this to the Red Bull folks. They were the first group I'd ever told this to. I went through burnout for exactly that reason. And what no one ever tells you about burnout is that it's not about you recover and you get back at it. You never, ever, ever get back that edge that you lost. And I don't trust me, you don't want to go down the same path I have. The second piece is this: realize that community, I always say that community is, and within an audience building in the esports space, it's really a way to address that Robert Putnam-esque concept of everyone's bowling alone and the collapse of social capital. But at the core, what you always have to ask yourself is, to make that decision, can you make the decision between that which is easy and that which is right? You know, like Dumbledore said in Harry Potter. So like in a case like 5DV, something that, you know, and thank you to Andbox for allowing me to plug this, but here's a good example. I think it's really nuts that a lot of esports brands are like launching their spring line apparel. I'm like, people have other things they could spend their money on right now, like paying down student debt, figuring out the rent, getting food, and helping out family or whatever. And we made the conscious decision to postpone our entire launch. We were supposed to do an entire line, and we held the whole thing off because what we're actually doing is we're retooling the entire line of 5DV gear to be 100% charity focused for localized relief efforts in New York. So you're going to see our posts go up tomorrow, and that we're basically retconning and redesigning all of our gear to be, and I negotiated, as I mentioned, negotiation is a good skill. I got our manufacturer to forego all their profits, so much love to New Brands for being the only manufacturer on the planet that was like, yeah, we'll give up all profits and give it to charity. We take no royalties, and as of tomorrow, you're going to see at 5dv.whatsnew.gg, we are launching the 5DV apparel line. The brand line is 100% focused on supporting the university settlement, doing like Meals on Wheels service programs for seniors, anti-racism advocacy because people got real racist when COVID hit, and doing mental health support for those who are at risk because they don't have benefits. Like, that's a way you can do something, right? And what I think is amazing is that this is the kind of thing that can come so uniquely and so genuinely from esports, because the market, the audience, the community, you feel the stresses of life infinitely more than people who've had 15, 20 years of, you know, in-market jobs to sort of ride them through with, because they've got a bankroll and a house and everything, right? You know what the stresses are. So what I'd recommend to each of you is always talk, always network, and where possible, get on voice chat, because trust me, it helps to get the practice, and it's just good for you to talk and breathe. Because if we sit there and we type, you physically get tense, but when you speak, you take a breath and you breathe, and it will go a long way to help all of you get through the current situation.
Absolutely amazing. Appreciate it.
So
I
well
believe
said.
Rich, we've actually thrown the link to the website that you mentioned into the chat. So anybody right now tuning in, make sure to check them out. Like Rich mentioned, they'll be dropping everything tomorrow, and you can learn more about it there. Kevin, we got a little bit of time left. What do you got to say, man?
Yeah, that's kind of a hard one to follow. Rich, you're kind of amazing, and big shout outs to 5DV and all the other organizations that are really thinking about how they can do good during this time. I guess what I'll talk about is something that I think is really important and also kind of related to burnout. I think during times like these, especially when most of the interactions that you get are through online interactions, you can. I think students, especially now, or students in general are often pressured to kind of make the most of their time and kind of always be on the grind. I think it is okay, especially during a time like this where really nature is kind of telling the whole world to take a breather, to put it lightly. To also take a breather yourself. So, you're probably going to see a lot of, posts about people, spending their time during quarantine, like learning new skills and picking up new jobs or like starting their own businesses and stuff like that. And, if you're a hustler and, you have the time and the resources and, that's what you're really passionate about, like, I think that's really awesome. But don't feel pressured to make every second of quarantine like productive. I think students that I know, or especially students of my generation, like we're always kind of like riding the line of burnout, and I think this is one of the best times to kind of take a step back and really reevaluate where you want to spend your time. I think that'll help you spend your time more effectively moving forwards, and you're not really wasting any time by taking a breather. So play some games, enjoy some time off, enjoy kind of a little bit of time with yourself and thinking about your future, and don't stress out too much, because at the end of the day, like, I think I don't think everyone kind of takes care of themselves enough, and I think now is one of the best opportunities to do that. So this is not, of course, to discount being as productive as possible. I think it's an awesome thing to do with your time, and I'm personally known as a workaholic, and so I kind of sometimes it's hard for me to take my own medicine, but I've been really enjoying some time off, and I think it's been really good for my mental health. So just kind of be careful and be good to yourself as well.
Kevin with the self-care plug. That's what I like to hear. Awesome. Well, we appreciate everyone's time today. That does wrap up our community building panel. A big shout out to our sponsors Corsair, Control Freak, AIM Lab, and Twitch students for partnering up with Andbox to host this. Some of these guys will be stopping by in the Andbox Discord immediately after this in the Overflow voice channel, where we have Ayam moderating and helping to ask any questions that you might have had that we might have missed during this panel. Make sure to stop by if you're interested, and we'll be right back with the next panel with my personal favorite event panel title, which is Your Event is on Fire, but it's fine. Catch you all later.
She know, she nasty on the low. She looking in the mirror while she drop it on the floor. She bust it wide open when a nigga make it home. Queen, shawty, you deserve the throne. I got too much on my mind for that. I might take my time for this. Baby, you too fine for that. Let me build your confidence. Girl, you so divine with that. I know you read signs and shit, so you wasn't surprised when I snatched you from your mom and them. I'm fond of them. Wide hips, thin waist, face good. Open up them legs and lick them pages. That's my Facebook. I like the way she looks at me. I'm liking the time we spend. She my best friend till she get that D. Hold on, let me sing. Say, oh, she drop dead gorgeous. If you tryna step up to that bitch, be cautious. Rapping in the mirror, putting makeup on. Now you got an anthem, baby. This your song. Tell them. Yeah, she drop dead gorgeous. Oh, she drop dead gorgeous. Yeah, she drop dead gorgeous. Rapping in the mirror, putting makeup on. Got your lips poppin' and your click poppin' and your shit's poppin', baby, show stoppin'. Yeah. Just got that Fashion Nova package and I like it, but I snatch it off and throw you on the mattress. Now that's messed up, cause we messed up the whole room, but you know how I do. Man, what you expect from the way that you give me that back like I owe you? Goddamn, baby, I owe you. Come here, mama, I hold you. Man, off that plane, I get off that gram, cause I only wanna follow you. Got me on the moon like Apollo 2. Good smoke, got a power through. See my Mona Lisa fly, got a piece of the pie, Malibu, no boo. Earnhardt, no, it ain't no boo. They like, she fire, I be like, no shit. Homegirls tryna keep us apart. They just mad they ain't getting no dick. Yeah. Oh, she drop dead gorgeous. If you tryna step up to that bitch, be cautious. Rapping in the mirror, putting makeup on. Now you got an anthem, baby, this your song. Tell them. Yeah, she drop dead gorgeous. Oh, she drop dead gorgeous. Yeah, she drop dead gorgeous. Rapping in the mirror, putting makeup on. She bad, she know, she nasty on the low. She looking in the mirror while she drop it on the floor. She bust it wide open when a nigga make it home. Queen, you a queen, shawty, you deserve the throne. Yeah, she bad, she know, she nasty on the low. She looking in the mirror while she drop it on the floor. She bust it wide open when a nigga make it home. Queen, you a queen, shawty, you deserve the throne, yeah. She drop dead gorgeous.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, we came a long way. That's what the song say. And I could do all things. I could do all things. Yeah, I could do all things. Yeah, we came a long way. That's what the song say. And I could do all things. I could do all things. I can do all things. Yeah. I'm not afraid of the moment. I'm not afraid I can't hold it. I gotta show 'em. Gotta get up in the morning. I gotta do it for Kobe. Lately I'm zoning. Lately I know where I'm going. Taking whatever control it. Show me opponents. Show me opponents. I got a gift and I'm starting to own it. Yeah. We came a long way. And that's what the song say. And I can do all things. I can do all things. Yeah, I can do all things. Yeah. We came a long way. And that's what the song say. And I can do all things. And I can do all things. And I can do all things. Yeah. We came a long way. And that's what the song say. And I can do all things. I can do all things. I can do all things. Yeah. We came a long way. And that's what the song say. And I can do all things. I can do all things. I can do all things. Yeah. Shout to the city that raised me. Shout to the people that made me. I'm from the 80s. I don't think mumbling wavy. I grew up black on a Jay-Z. Maybe I'm crazy. I ain't been wondering lately. Feel like it's there for the taking. Feel like I'm good with the changes. Know who I am. And that's the most dangerous statement. Yeah. We came a long way. And that's what the song say. And I can do all things. I can do all things. Yeah, I can do all things. Yeah. We came a long way. And that's what the song say. And I can do all things. I can do all things. I can do all things. Yeah. We came a long way. And that's what the song say. And I can do all things. I can do all things. I can do all things. Yeah. we came a long way, and that's what the song say. And I can do all things, I can do all things, man, I can do all things. Yeah. I check the scoreboard, know what I'm good for. When I check the scoreboard, man, I'm thinking 2-4, man, that's what I'm good for. Yeah. When I check the scoreboard, I know what I'm good for. When I check the scoreboard, man, I'm thinking 2-4, and I know what I'm good for. Yeah, cause we came a long way, and that's what the song say. And I can do all things, I can do all things, yeah, I can do all things. Yeah, we came a long way, and that's what the song say. And I can do all things, I can do all things, I can do all things. Yeah, we came a long way, and that's what the song say. And I can do all things, I can do all things, I can do all things. Yeah, we came a long way, and that's what the song say. And I can do all things, I can do all things, man, I can do all things. Yeah.
Hey everyone, it's me, again, David Chao, and welcome back to the Andbox Game Day Esports panel series. We've had a ton of amazing programming going on today with a stacked lineup of panelists, and we're just super excited to have you all the way through to the end. If you have any questions you would like to ask during this panel series, feel free to drop on down by the Andbox Discord, where we have text channels specifically for you to go in and ask questions. Don't worry either if we don't get to your questions during the panel, because we'll be hosting an overflow period after the panel where some of these guys will be hanging out in Discord to answer some more questions from the community. Just wanted to kick it off for our very last, but absolutely not least, panel for today. Your event is on fire, but it's fine. Hosting great events while building great teams. I absolutely love this panel name, it's absolutely my favorite, and I love all of these fine people joining me today, 3 grizzled event veterans here to share their stories with you. We got Justin Benusing, Pete Melican, and Zach Hatterman. Folks, between these 3, we've got decades of experience managing amazing events of all sizes, and they've all convened right here, tonight, to answer some questions for you. Kicking it off right now with my man Justin. You're a little bit further out than a lot of these other guys that we've had jumping on today. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do, where you're from, what your involvement is within Collegiate Esports, and lastly, just what you've been up to these past couple days.
Hey everyone, good morning. So actually it's 11 a.m. here in the sunny Philippines. I'm Justin, and in North America, I'm project manager for Pipeline, and I help run the University of Washington's esports program. And back home here in Southeast Asia, I co-direct Ekaterina. So we're a campus esports initiative here in the Philippines that runs leagues, builds educational programs, hosts conventions, and supports clubs, all in the name of making esports like a key part of the student lifestyle. So I guess what I've been doing to, try to stay sane during the whole quarantine situation is, if you notice, I have a little bit of a divider here. Behind it is a unassembled third strike cabinet that I found in a junkyard a month back ago. So, I've been trying to construct it, and hopefully it doesn't explode.
Nice. Zach, what you been up to?
How's it going? You got Zach right here from Intersport and East Coast Throwdown, but I've been actually filling the large void of MMORPGs that I haven't gotten out of my system for about 10 years with some Final Fantasy XIV. So that has been eating up all the free time I could possibly imagine.
Awesome. And you want to talk a little bit more about what you do as well? Just give us a little bit of a rundown.
Yeah, so on the Intersport side, I'm on the esports team as their senior director. We act as essentially the esports arm for Warner Brothers Interactive, especially on their studio titles. So formerly Injustice 2, currently Mortal Kombat 11. We also act as brand consultants in the space as well, activating in experiential capacity and sponsorship consulting, for Fortune 500 brands on both kind of an agency and record pitch model, as well as just one-off consulting opportunities as well. So, and then of course on the East Coast Throwdown side, if you're part of the Northeast and you have an interest in fighting games, East Coast Throwdown is kind of an all-inclusive FGC-based event that's featured on a lot of the publisher tours for fighting games. So.
That's what I like to hear, man. Always got to represent the East Coast. Hey, Pete, what's up with you?
What's going on, guys? Hope everybody's having a good night. My name's Pete Melican. I'm head of client ops for a company called Esports Engine. This engine works with partners, whether it be franchisees, developers or companies mapping out their esports strategy and then executing, whether it be live events or broadcast. Our whole team and company started about 9 months ago. Prior to that, we're all part of Activision Blizzard on all their Call of Duty events. And then we also used to run Halo for 343, Gears for Coalition, and then I used to do a little CSGO here and there. Prior to Activision Blizzard, most of our team was all MLG. I was part of MLG starting in 2008. The guys on our team were part of MLG in 2003. So we've been around this for a while.
Pete has absolutely been around the block, and I can't wait to hear a little bit more about the stories that all you three are going to be chatting about today. But let's start it off just talking a little bit about just events in general. Specifically, let's take a look at grassroots events. So let's dim the flashy lights for a little bit. Let's kind of try to ignore some of the massive crowds and big business partnerships, and let's start off small with grassroots events sort of held by a community. I think each of you sort of started running events at a much smaller scale than you are now. So I did want to sort of ask, beyond those fancy lights and the smoke and mirrors, what are the true marks of a successful event in your eyes?
I guess to start it off, I think the 4 things that I look for in success in an event is, number 1, attendee satisfaction. That's not exactly tangible, but you can make it tangible through things like post-event forms. Number 2 is having a solid identity. 3rd is how they deal with lines. And number 4 is staff satisfaction. So more going over on the 4th point, I think one of the major points one of the major marks of an event success is how happy or satisfied the staff that runs it are. So number 1, you have to make sure that staff are well compensated, and number 2, you have to make sure your volunteers are don't go negative. I'm personally of the mindset that if you volunteer for something, you shouldn't go negative for it. And if you're a really good event, you have volunteers that are happy and well compensated.
Awesome. Anything Zach or Pete you guys want to touch on this end? Sort of what do you think is the mark of a yes, this was a good event?
I mean, it's not too unlike Justin here. On my side, I think there's a couple components. But first, to me, is absolutely just overall kind of attending community set an event. As long as I feel and can kind of gauge whether or not our attendance from an event kind of left with a point of invigoration or just more attachment and affinity to the community that they're a part of, that's really the primary catalyst for increasing kind of the scale and the scope of your events. And then also on the flip side is, of course, not only your personal satisfaction, but your staff satisfaction. The only way great events, especially in the grassroots side, keep operating is if the staff themselves and all of your hardworking volunteers are really evangelists for what the event brand is. If they feel like they're part of something special, they're going to take more stake in it and kind of give more to it and improve on themselves and their ability to contribute. So
awesome. Especially at the grassroots level, I think that's really important. Just that engagement from the community and making sure that everyone's willing to kind of be hand in hand and make sure that it runs and it's an awesome event. Pete, anything you want to touch on this end?
You know what? It sort of repeat what everyone else said. If the guest walking in the door doesn't have a great time, if the person competing doesn't have a great time, if the person watching it on broadcast doesn't have a great time, your event shot. Your second tier is then if you have any sponsors, if they're not hitting their metrics and KPIs, if whoever you're running the event for, if they're not happy with it, I mean, you just wasted a heck of a lot of money and time and effort. So it's, you've got to make sure everyone gets a great experience out of it. And a lot of people will either forget the guest in the room and just worry about the broadcast or vice versa. You got to worry about everybody.
No, for sure. I think when it comes down to event management, it's making sure that all the different pieces are kind of working together and functioning. And I think a lot of the issues sometimes might come up because you might be either limited on resources or potentially maybe even limited on the budget standpoint. So when you are operating on a limited budget, very similar to how most collegiate and grassroots communities are, how do you guys tend to go about trying to build a sustainable long-term event strategy with that in mind? Justin, I kind of wanted to throw this question to you because of something that you mentioned before to me in the past is kind of this idea of a coin flip event. Can you touch a little bit more on that and sort of what it's meant for you, sort of building out event strategy in the Philippines?
Yeah, so one thing that I've really found to be not really a mistake, but a thing that a lot of younger event organizers overstep into is overscoping their events. So more often than not, a lot of newer event organizers or even veteran ones stretch themselves too thin when planning and executing their events, which leads to the detriment of the overall experience. So when you're making a pilot event or your first event in a series of events, you have to scope it realistically. Do what you can and are capable of, because you can always scale up for future events. Now, this isn't to say that you shouldn't dream big, of course. I'm personally of the mindset that you should assemble all your puzzle pieces for your current end game as early as possible. But recognize what doesn't fit in your current state, narrow it down to what's doable right now, and keep the unrealistic ideas in your back pocket for future iterations of your event. So I think the closest thing to this in a academic or tech setting is the term called a minimum lovable product. Instead of trying to scale up into your end game as early as possible, try creating a pilot version of what you eventually want it to be and leave room for it to naturally grow over time. So yeah.
Oh, I think that's definitely fantastic. I think a lot of people sometimes get lost in the bells and whistles and thinking like, oh, like we have to do this, we have to do that. But at the end of the day, if you can get an MVP, like you mentioned, just that minimum viable product off the ground, sometimes that is really what you need.
Yeah, and to add to that, I think another mindset that doesn't really help a lot of startup events is their financial mindset. A lot of people try going all out during their first event and spending more than what they're assured to have. And while you can end up with an event that's really great in its first year, what good does it do for the community if it doesn't survive to its second year?
Big brain thoughts from our man Justin over here. Awesome. Anything else? Either you, Pete, or Zach want to touch on before we keep going?
I mean, Justin summed it up. You're never gonna have enough with the best that you have. And then I think the other key point, how you run grassroots event, you need a team of like-minded people who are willing to run through a brick wall with you because you guys are all doing it for the same common goal. That team will get you through any issues, any problems. I think that's the way you run with it.
Absolutely, for sure. Awesome. So let's take a moment to switch gears a little bit, and let's all just sort of think about this scenario where you guys are out and about and you're attending another event. You're not working it. You are absolutely not working it. You're just kind of visiting and you're checking out another event that's being held by someone else. What is something that you guys would watch out for from an event management perspective, sort of having that understanding of what's going on in the back end, something that might make you say like, hey, like this is a really good event, or something that you see and you're like, oh, that's amateur, like that's a deal breaker?
I guess I can start this one off. I mean, and potentially this is also something that to kind of more experienced or any form of seasoned event organizer or producer can sort of notice that maybe the general attendee won't be able to, is you can actually clearly kind of start to see how staff hierarchy and structures are in place, or rather aren't in place sometimes. You know, especially in a grassroots capacity, I think there's a huge misconception for a lot of new organizers in the sense of sometimes it's just a matter of needing bodies and putting people in the right places, but it goes significantly deeper as far as you know, making sure that your proper communication channels and hierarchies are in place that kind of prevent your staff from imploding more or less, or because that spills over to your actual event flow and consumer experience. So really just taking the appropriate steps and focus to actually creating what that structure is super critical, and also becomes very apparent from an attendee side if it's not there.
The thing you're going to do once you're in events is you're going to become hypercritical of everything, right? So you'll notice all the little details that 99% of the people in the room won't. But it's as simple as when you first walk into a venue, how are people greeted? How are people checked in? What's the process to access in the venue? You can tell a hell of a lot about an event organizer by how well that runs and how clean and seamless that is. The second thing, and it gets a little beyond grassroots, but the second thing you'll notice is security. Even before you get in the door, which is now a major issue everywhere, But that's the first thing you'll notice.
For me, I personally look for three things. I love dissecting events when I go at them, mainly because I come from a journalistic background. And the three things I typically look for is, again, how they deal with line con, how long they can engage and retain audience inside a venue, and how they convey information to their attendees. So with regards to line handling, I think it's inevitable that large events will have really long lines. But I think what makes a good event great is how they handle those lines. So one great example of this was TwitchCon 2018. Like, the lines were massive and there was no way they were going to make that go fast. But they were able to keep everyone happy while they were in line because they had a lot of in-line entertainment. So they had bands playing like across the street while everyone was in line. They had like a concert outside. And I think that kind of like made the experience of waiting in line a little bit better than it normally is. And when it comes to information conveying, I think one thing that's really underrated when it comes to running events is how well you can direct people to key areas at the event. So sure, in a stadium event, like, everyone's going to go to the main viewing area. But in a convention, there's a lot of places where you need to direct people to. You need to direct them to panel rooms. You need to direct them to expo booths. You need to direct them to sponsor activations. And I think a convention that does a really good job of this is DreamHack. So all over the convention center, they have a lot of signs and they have a lot of like maps placed around the venue to direct people to the right places. And at the end of the day, it's conveying information in the right way is only going to make the flow of your venue a lot better.
No, absolutely. I think that's the other thing when you come from an events background, it's not only picking apart the stuff that feels like, oh, like they could have done this better, but it's seeing other stuff that people are doing well and thinking, wow, like I could really use that. And I think, Justin, something you mentioned, especially from your journalistic background, is just bringing along that journal, bringing along that notebook, and just taking notes on that kind of stuff. I think that definitely goes a long way. And then just respecting what other people are doing sort of in the industry and adapting it and potentially even crafting it to make it your own.
Yeah, I think I think we discussed this last time, but I think there's no truly original idea in the industry, and I think that's fine. I think the best way to grow is to learn from each other, honestly.
Absolutely, that's awesome. Switching gears a little bit here, I think this is something that I kind of wanted to ask for all three of you, kind of jumping into sort of the war stories that you tend to gather after a couple years in event management. So here's the question. Can you guys talk a little bit about a time that something happened during an event that you were running that was just so absolutely absurd that you couldn't do anything but laugh? You couldn't react. You just stood there and laughed because there's nothing else you could do. Was there ever a time like this?
I can jump with this one. I mean, you run events for a while, you're going to encounter everything. Like, no matter what could go wrong, will go wrong. And it'll go wrong in a very bad way at the worst time possible. I mean, we've done events that have gotten canceled in the middle of it because of hurricanes. We've gotten events that have had bomb threats twice in one event to evacuate the whole arena. We've had SWAT teams show up at the front door. You roll with it, and you just got to figure out how you're going to make your event work. Something's going to break, something's going to go down, internet will go down, power will go down, whatever the case may be. And you just figure out how to roll with it. I mean, after a while, you plan backups in everything, but of course, that one thing you didn't plan for will still happen. But again, it sort of goes back to the earlier point of you have a team that can just bounce with anything. And no matter what it is, you figure it out and you get it back online. And the other thing you have to always be is you got to be honest with the audience. Don't pull sort of the airline model of, oh, it'll be 5 more minutes, and 2 hours later it's still. Like, be honest with the audience, tell them what's going on. Everyone will give you a little leeway as long as you're honest with them.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and this is definitely very fresh in my mind and certainly very contextual given, us all being stuck at home due to COVID-19 outbreak. But, our World Finals for our first official season of Mortal Kombat 11 Pro competition happened in Chicago first weekend of March, and the overall corporate call to actually close that event off from a public attending event happened, the day prior, after the point where a lot of our out of region guests and attendees had been flying in. And keep in mind, this is also, the one had a open participation element to it as well through a last chance qualifier to secure a final spot to participate in the actual finals itself. So in a 24-hour period, and there was no, you find yourself in situations like that where you don't necessarily have time to think and really care about your feelings, so to speak. It's just completely solutions oriented. Okay, well, this is what happened. How do we move on from here? There's no way to dwell on this. In which our case it ended up translating to, okay, well, how is this information properly communicated? Is how can we alleviate any financial constraints and refund processes to all of our potential attendees? Okay, we have all of this extra space now. Our entire floor plan is completely different. How can we use that to our advantage to create a better broadcast experience from at home now that there's no more experiential activations or a special guest to meet? So it's really just when something happens, you don't necessarily have the time to do anything but laugh it off and just look to what you can do and what you should do rather than how terrible the situation is at hand.
Right, the pivots in the event management industry are just insane. Like how quickly something might happen, you're just gonna have to react to it. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Justin, anything on your end?
Yeah, so I think the craziest thing that's happened on my end in terms of events is, I think one thing that a lot of convention organizers are familiar with is how the convention centers want you to use their internet. So most of our conventions back home in the Philippines and our activations are actually sponsored by a telecom company. So they could easily wire internet into the venue if they wanted to. But the convention center wouldn't allow us to do that. So we had to use their internet. And 2 days before the event, we got a single picture from the manager of the convention center showing the entire server room of the convention center in flames. Like that was probably one of the, I guess, like, the only thing I could do at that time was laugh, but at the same time, I knew we had to act fast. So my team and I, we came up with 2 threads of 2 separate solutions to the problem in hopes that everything would work. So we divided our team into 2. The first team was in charge of a makeshift solution for our collegiate finals, in that we would run the collegiate finals in a LAN center and then just ideally live stream it over to the convention center via mobile data. But that was very risky scenario. And the other team was in charge of working with a telecom company to wire an internet fiber line 3 kilometers away from the venue and passing through different establishments like hotels, malls, and restaurants, all asking the owners of these establishments, like, please let us run an internet line through your business for 3 days. And thankfully, we didn't have to go through with the janky final solution where we had to do like a staged finals of sorts where the players weren't in the venue. But I think in that scenario, you have to come up with multiple solutions to a singular problem, because otherwise, if we weren't able to wire through all the internet cable through 3 kilometers, we would have been kind of screwed if we didn't have the secondary solution.
So your event was literally on fire, is what you're trying to tell
me?
It
was literally on fire. Like, we didn't get internet until 1 hour before the event started. So we had to do our technical run through 1 hour before the event started because the internet only arrived by then.
You should try to share that photo. I think that photo in its essence, just like with like the screenshot of like the messenger app that you got sent with it, I think that really encompasses what it means to be working and running in events.
Yeah, I think someone photoshopped my face on the dog, like the spine meme.
That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that was a fun time.
Oh boy, that's event management though. That's what it is. So just kind of wanted to take a bit of time at this point to kind of reflect on event management as kind of a career and like a full-time position. It's definitely not your normal job or your normal career path, your average 9 to 5. And from what I've seen, everyone in the space really has their own story to tell, their own experiences, as well as their own reasons why they kind of got into running events. And a lot of them tend to start it with that first event that they went to that felt super impactful. For you guys, what do you guys feel like was the most impactful event for you, and how did it maybe like change your life or maybe even change your career path?
I guess as a Zoomer, my first event is kind of recent. So I attended my first esports event. It was an event called the Electronic Sports and Gaming Summit back in 2014. So I stumbled upon that event by chance after looking for local Smash Brothers tournaments, and I decided to go to that convention, which was 3 hours away from my hometown by flight, just so that I could compete in Smash Brothers for the 3DS. And when I arrived at the venue, I kind of actually forgot about the tournament, and I just was enamored by how amazing the convention setting was. And I told myself, this is what I wanted to do in the future. I saw the power of how events can bring people together and how it makes people happy. And I said, that's what I wanted to do when I grew up. So that was me when I was, I think, 13.
Yeah, I mean, I would say probably as far as how this influenced the course of some of the trajectory I took was definitely my first, I wouldn't even call it an esports event. Really, it was a fighting game event that was held out of, a Crown Plaza hotel over the course of a weekend. I think it was back circa 2008, called Northeast Championships, based out of Philly. It was, maybe a 3,000 square foot venue or event space with tops 200 people present, which at the time felt like a lot. And that was really the first larger scale event, bracket wise, that I had ever competed in when I was, serious about being a competitor myself. But just the feeling that I got from just being within those walls for 3 days and just making new connections, both good and bad, in terms of developing, rivalries, friendships, etc. With a lot of the people beside me, it was became a feeling that was really hard to recreate otherwise at other events and other kind of communities. To which, I think that the natural progression over time was, as I kind of went through a traditional marketing education, grew into working for an experiential based ad agency, and just seeing how that experience could be enhanced. But it really just started there. It's, if the base level of it is so great on a human level, what can we do to make that even better? And bring in more and more people. So that's really what started it for me and has the most kind of impact on me for how I got to where I am now and why I love it so much.
I think on my end it was a little different. So I'll guarantee I have the least amount of gaming cred of anyone on this panel or anyone who is even watching this panel. When I was young, I had an Atari, but that was probably where it tapped out. So 2007, I had met Sundance DiGiovanni, Mike Sepso, and Adam Epicella. And they invited me to come out to Meadowlands 07 to just see what it was about. And honestly, the video game part of it was great, but the passion in the room and the passion people had for those guys putting on an event for the audience there, but also just the admiration of the audience. That, this was something just for them. That's what really hooked me. It was all about the passion in this business.
Awesome. No, I think that is a huge part of it, especially when we're looking at esports and gaming events. It's just when you go to that first one, you kind of see it and you see how much people really care, and then you start building out events and you start being the person that runs and puts on these amazing events that people care so much about. I think that's always an amazing feeling. And like Pete, you mentioned, you've been around the block. You've been doing this for a long time with a lot of the old guard. Kind of wanted to throw this question at you, but what do you really look for when you're building out these teams to run these events that these audiences care so much about, and that you have to be just so careful with, because for so many people this is a passion?
So team wise, and this sort of says a lot, our events team right now is still probably 50% the same people who were with us in 2010. It's when you find that core group of guys, and again, Justin referenced it earlier, who will go through a brick wall with you and run in that fire with you, you're going to stick with them and do it. The biggest thing you look for is hard work and common sense. Two things that are lacking with a lot of people at times when they want to come work an esports event. But that's how everyone gets started. Our company, Esports Engine now, my whole league ops team started at refs as one point. Like all our production guys started essentially as PAs at one point. We have a bunch of account managers who either were assistant producers or player managers, like people who figure out their way into the business, show a passion for that and the hard work with that. And that transcends any degree, any paper, anything. Do a few events, show that you're a guy who does hard work. And you know what? If you got to be there at 8, you're showing up at 7:30. And when it's the end of the night and people are telling you to go home, you're asking the question, hey, can I help anyone else? Is there anything else I can do? Simple stuff like that everyone's parents taught them when they were like 4 or 5 years old, but you're still doing it now when you're 18, 20, 22, whatever the case may be. That's what it's all about. And that differentiates you. I mean, even with our events, like we're gonna hire people who prove themselves to us in a previous event, and we're gonna start bringing them around. So first off, you're a local, then we'll start flying you, and then it's a contract. And I mean, it just moves you up the ladder and across the pathway. But dude, it's hard work and common sense is really what it comes down to.
No, I definitely think you really hit the nail on the head there. I think a lot of the people that do work in events that I've spoken to, respect goes a long way, and you only earn that respect by being able to continually over deliver and continue to be there for people when they really need you. Zach or Justin, anything else you guys wanted to touch on this end?
One thing I think that's underrated in the esports industry in general is someone being able to have an equal or at least like a good amount of commitment alongside their passion, because I think passion can only go a long way, and passion kind of falters and wavers over a certain amount of time, but commitment is there for a long while.
Yeah, I mean, and not to repeat anything that I just kind of everyone had just said, but we work on the Intersport side is we definitely have a core base production team, and then on the flip side of it, there's a lot of times where it comes to an East Coast Throwdown, for example, where we're filling in a hell of a lot more contract jobs and talent. And I think one thing that's interesting for me to see, especially in cases where we're bringing in a lot more contractors and freelancers into the equation, is obviously if it's something that they do have a passion for, is clearly it's they're not exclusive talent to us, and it's something that I want to see how they take the key learnings that they have through their experience with us and kind of our dialogue and the education that comes through our events, and how they're applying it elsewhere. Because I think a lot of that shows how they're not complacent, just staying in the same place, and there's a real desire to apply it in a kind of creative and driven way. So it's something that it's hard to keep track of. Is something that I definitely do. And I guess the other aspect is if I ever hear that's not my job, that's immediately a big no moving forward.
It's the deal breaker right there. They're
Yes.
cut.
That is the ultimate deal breaker. If I hear it's not my job, it's over.
No, and I think that's very good advice for a lot of these students that are tuning in right now that are running their own small events and maybe considering this as a potential career opportunity where they can keep going and look for additional opportunities within maybe event management in general, maybe in the esports industry. That a lot of what you guys just touched on is all of it really just boils down to that hard work and being able to hustle and put in the time and the effort and make sure you're not leaving your teammates out to dry. You're being a team player. You're showing that servant leadership. And I think a lot of that also kind of goes towards how rewarding it can feel at the end of a well-run event when you're working together with such a strong team. So I kind of did want to touch on that a little bit as we're sort of nearing the end of our panel here. But what is in your eyes sort of the most rewarding part about running the events? There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that goes into all of it, and it takes a toll on you mentally, on you physically. What keeps you guys coming back and continuing to do this and putting these on for the communities that you love?
I guess for me, it's not to sound like cliche or anything. Like aside from obviously like being able to keep our programs and initiatives afloat, the thing that keeps me running events is just seeing the smiles on people's faces and the change that we do in their lives. Like if you can impact even just one person through what you do, that's already a big win in my book.
I mean, I think there's two facets of it. One is on production for hire event, of course, any endearing and glowing comments from your client afterwards is always, a great feel good moment to walk away with, and definitely keeps you driven and going to pursue those channels. But on my own work, when it comes to producing our events, our own events that are totally bootstrapping, there is no greater pleasure than I think coming up with a batshit crazy creative idea and concept for an event and actually making it work. Just being able to marry some ideas and themes and thematics that shouldn't necessarily blend together, and just kind of overcoming that towards a product that actually resonates with a community that it shouldn't otherwise feels really, really damn good, and something that I constantly try to immerse myself in.
You got any examples of those batshit ideas? Anything?
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about it.
No, there's I guess I think when we started working on East Coast Throwdown, we thought, we're like, you know what? We know metal's not huge. Metal music is not huge in esports or gaming, but we're personal fans. So what else do we have to lose? I don't know. Maybe there's something we can do as far as just creating a fighting game based event that was completely driven by the aesthetic, attitude, and thematics of metal. And yeah, sure, maybe a majority of our fans and attendees don't skew in that direction whatsoever when it comes to their musical preferences at all. But not only did that kind of lend us to just some, and we also saw it reflect kind of the hip hop industry as well, and how metal aesthetic was borrowed for their own personal brands. But it started resonating from a visual perspective, and then eventually somehow we ended up working in partnership with Roadrunner Records, who's a Warner Music Group subsidiary, as far as seeing how far we can. They were totally game to see how they could make our vision kind of come true, as far as integrating more and more with some of their resources and their talent, and it's evolved into something that is truly unique as an event. And even if it's not the most successful, like the most commercially successful event in the entire world, it's something that I think I'm really proud of, in the sense that no one has really done anything like that yet.
No, that's awesome for sure. Last but not least, my man Pete, kind of, you mentioned that you're not, you didn't start off as much in the gaming space, but now you're still here years and years later, still working with Esports Engine, still putting on these amazing gaming events. What keeps you coming back, man?
I mean, it's a couple things, and it's stuff that everyone else has touched on. Like, I don't care if you're doing a room with 100 spectators, you're in an arena with 16,000 spectators. Seeing them all cheer and all go crazy for what just took place on stage is going to affect you, and it's going to give you chills. The other thing is, the moment you show up to a venue and start dropping trucks to the moment the doors open, to see how it transforms and the group of people you do that with. And you know what, this is the sickest stage you ever built, and you originally saw the drawing on a napkin, but now it's whatever, it's flying in the air, and it's all great. And then the last thing, which is a little different, is, and because again, we've been in it for a while, that you see these players when they come in and they're 16-year-old kids, and they're come in as an amateur, and then they make it to pro. And again, through MLG and everything we've done, like, we even have relationships with their parents. So like, you've seen their parents come to these events with them for 4 years, and now all of a sudden their kid just won $1 million prize pool, or whatever the case may be. Like, seeing someone grow like that and know that you had a slight, tiny hand in that, you know what, that's what drives it. That every single AM who walks in the door, you want to help them try to build their story.
No,
that's a damn good one.
No, for sure. I think, like you're talking about, like, these events, you're not putting them on for you and the team. You're doing this for the people that are going to be showing up, and that goes way beyond just that one day that they're going to be there. It's sort of how that affects them on sort of like the daily, like, what do they do, like, in their spare time, prepping, like, getting ready for these events as well, and the blood, sweat, and tears that come in from their whole family that kind of chips in to make that dream come true. And then if you were along for that entire storyline, I mean, man, like, that's immensely powerful. Awesome. Well, we have about 8 minutes left here before we do wrap up for the night. Just did want to thank everyone for coming out with us. But the floor is all yours for the next couple minutes, guys. any last words of advice you guys want to give to these students, some of who may be looking to potentially explore a career in esports, maybe even events management, or just trying to graduate during this crazy time that has especially affected events as well. So just any last words of advice, anyone you wanted to shout out, any events that you guys might be hosting, maybe on an online capacity or after things work out. Love to hear it. Floor is yours.
Yep, sure. Okay. So, I mean, I guess the most immediate thing for just a quick shout out is you guys got nothing to do tomorrow and you're fans of Mortal Kombat, we've got a celebrity bracket fundraiser tournament for the United Nations Foundation on Facebook Gaming from the Mortal Kombat official page, which will be pretty interesting. Definitely a quick turnaround project, but just happy we could actually be doing a great thing with some great talent for a good cause. I mean, I think most of us are slightly hamstrung, or at least finding creative solutions to how we operate in our industry, and just being able to help the organizations that can help is going to be our fastest way back to normalcy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, for anyone looking to get into it, get some experience, figure out how you can. There's now, in this day and age, there's enough esports events that there is something within driving distance to you somewhere, some shape, somehow. If that doesn't work, to get some experience at a live sporting event, get some experience at a concert venue, like get yourself in the event scope some way, somehow, so you have some of that experience and knowledge, and then you just sort of translate it. The other thing, I mean, so you have David who's hosting this, you have most of this community probably knows Adam and probably knows Dan Lee. Like, dude, they're your role models of how to go from a college scene and then get jobs in esports, where they're all very, very influential at a really young age. Like, see these examples, follow these guys on social, follow the stuff. I mean, they're all working for Andbox. Follow the stuff they're doing for Andbox with NYXL or NYSL. And that's your role model. Like, they've made the pathway for you guys. Just be smart enough to look at it and watch it and glean what you can from it.
Absolutely. Shout outs to Adam and Dan for everything that they're doing, especially on the East Coast. And not only, like, I would also say, like, following them on social, but also just coming out to the events that Adam and Dan are running. Not just the big homestands, the big home series, but the smaller events, the local get-togethers, the viewing parties, anything that really brings the community together. Not only are you going to have a great time, but if you're looking to build events, these guys know how to do it, and you're going to be able to learn from watching them, and maybe even, if there's an opportunity, maybe even jump in and volunteer. I think we did lose Justin's video, but I believe he is still here in terms of audio. Justin, if you want to just jump in and give some parting words.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm going to say is that for most of the part, at least when you start, event organizing isn't going to be the most lucrative thing. But if you do want to do it, it's definitely a reward. It's definitely a rewarding career path. Maybe not on the offset, maybe not the most publicly rewarding, in the sense that not everyone will be thankful, but you'll learn a lot and you'll grow a lot.
Absolutely. Well, definitely appreciate all you guys coming out. Just wanted to give a big shout out to our sponsors, Corsair, Control Freak, Aim Lab, and Twitch Student, for partnering up with Andbox to host this event. If you guys want to learn more about any of these guys on the panel, you guys can check out the Andbox official Twitter page. They've done a bunch of posts about the different panels that have gone on today. I believe what just went live was actually a nice fancy quote from Pete during this panel that's all posted up with a nice little inspirational text. So you guys can go over and give that a quick like. You guys were here to witness history. But other than that, a couple of us will be jumping in now into the Andbox Discord and into the Overflow voice channel, where we have a little bit more time to sort of chat through and help answer any questions that we might have missed during this panel. There's been a ton of people just flooding into there after these panels, and there's still a good community going right now. So if you do have some time, feel free to jump in and join us. And until next time, honestly, thank you guys so much for having us and just joining in and just chatting in the chat and just talking to us, interacting with us on social throughout this entire time. I hope you guys had an awesome time at Andbox's Spring Rally Game Day. And that's all from us, and we hope to see you guys next time, all right? Take care.
it up, we just made a way. We gon' take it up, we won't fade away. I got too many dreams, gotta stay awake. Ask me if I changed, yo, it's night and day. I told the backstabbers, put the knife away. I'm trying to get my family to a nicer place. Room for everybody, but no room for hate. Everybody eating off the nicest plates. But we made it through. We just had moose to make, and we made them do that. I would've said we made it, but we made it through. We just had moose to make, and we made them do that. I would've said we made it, but we made it through. We just had moose to make, and we made them do that. I would've said we made it, but we made it through. We just had moose to make, and we made them do that. I would've said we made it. Play this when it all comes together, yeah. When it can't get any better, yeah. Play this when it all comes together, yeah. When it can't get any better, but you better keep on grinding, keep on rising, keep on shining. They forget, then you remind them what we call a perfect timing. But you better keep on grinding, keep on rising, keep on shining. They forget.